E aí pessoal, bom dia! Como é que vocês estão? Olha quem está de volta, deixa eu baixar o microfone. Então hoje nós vamos jogar Hitch Hiker, que é um dos jogos que eu recebi aí das empresas. E como estamos no desafio 3.0, vamos colocar jogos também que estamos recebendo das empresas para estar conhecendo aqui no canal, certo? Você que é novo inscrito, seja bem-vindo. Você que é inscrito há muito tempo, tamo junto. Eu tô aqui com minha blusa de frio de praxe, né? Porque essa aqui esquenta pra caramba e aqui tá frio pra danar, viu? Ô lugar frio. Então vamos compartilhar nossa live. Vamos compartilhar a live. Deixa eu dar um F5 aqui pra ver se aparece minha live aqui na tela. Aí, ó, apareceu. Desde já agradecer a empresa que me mandou o jogo, né, velho? Agradecer a empresa que nos mandou esse belíssimo game. Que deixo claro, né, que não vai ser minha primeira vez jogando, mas eu vou até zerar. Porque é bom, né, fazer um até zerar. Eu recebi 5 jogos, um foi o legendário, o outro foi o Hitch Hiker, tem o Yaga e tem mais uns outros aí que eu vou estar jogando aqui no canal também, que foi mandado por empresas, por produtoras de games indie. E vamos valorizar as empresas indie. Vou dar uma compartilhada. Deixa eu mandar no WhatsApp. Na transmissão, pelo que eu tô ouvindo aqui, ela tá boa. Ainda bem, né, que a transmissão tá boa. Isso é ótimo. Vou mandar aqui pra galera. Eu vou incluir, galera, jogos também que estão sendo enviados, que são jogos que eu nunca joguei, né? Então vai ser bom. A gente vai zerando junto e conhecendo o jogo, entendeu? Eu acho que o Mano Du tá online aqui, ó. Vou mandar uma mensagem pra ele aqui. Deixa eu ver se não tem algum... Ah, não, o Steam Verde não tá ativa, não. Então tá de boa. Só vou pôr meu retorno ali na TV pra não ficar ruim, entendeu? Porque aí fica mais de boa. Deixa eu minimizar aqui. E vou ali pegar uma água também. É bom ter uma água, né, galera? Pegar uma aguinha ali. Tô feliz que o pessoal gostou do Legendary Eleven. Jogo top. Que me enviaram. Eu tenho até que acabar que eu vou fazer review dele. Só vou aqui pegar uma água aqui e já volto. Tá muito frio, velho. Velho, não sei se aí pra vocês tá, mas aqui tá frio demais. Também vou avisar o pessoal aqui de casa que eu estou em live, né? Demorou? Ai, ai, gente. É muita correria. Esse Hitch Hiker, eu tô querendo conhecer esse jogo e já tem um tempo já, tá ligado? Então tiquei o volume do jogo aqui pra não ficar muito baixo. Meu volume tá no máximo, né, do meu microfone, porque eu não consigo falar alto. E agora eu vou ali buscar uma água ali. Deixa eu dizer. Salve, Lucas Game. Seja bem-vindo, mano. Vamos começar os trabalhos. Fui ali beber uma água. Devia ter trazido pra cá a água, né? Desde já agradecer a empresa que me mandou o jogo aí. Tamo junto. É nóis. Deixa eu ver se o Du me respondeu aqui. Ó, novo jogo, configurações. Configurações, tamanho da fonte, tá boa. Fala, Mito! O áudio tá muito alto. Ah, não, apesar que tá no retorno, né? Então pode deixar. Fala, Mito, entra aí na... Entra na party aí, Mitão. Vou te chamar aqui, Mito. Entra aí, ó. No Discord pra nós trocar ideia. Então, pessoal, aparentemente o jogo ele é bem bonito, viu?
So, where are you headed? Not the talkative type, eh? That's okay. Most people I pick up are just waiting for their turn to talk. Want a raisin? They're from my farm.
Ai, velho, se drogou.
Guess those things don't agree with you yet. Strange. They're Thompson seedless. Good raisins. We still farm more of those in California than anywhere on Earth. You want to know the clearest evidence that reality isn't real? Raisins and grapes, man. They're the same thing, but they taste disgusting when eaten together. Obvious bug in the program there, right?
O bom é que o jogo tá em
Memory is a
português, né?
slippery thing. Think about when somebody asks you about this ride later, assuming you even know where you're going, and get someplace where somebody can ask you. Hey, how'd you get here anyway? They'll ask you. Oh, I hitched. And your brain will flash back for a second when you say this. And it'll show you a frozen snapshot of yourself, sitting in this car, talking to me like we are right now. But which moment will it actually show you? Will it be this one? Or this one? Or this one? We think we remember how people really were, how our lives together really were. But when we think back to them, even the people we cared about the most, all we're doing is snatching moments out of the air. Just grabbing another raisin out of the box. I've spent a lot of time around raisins. They're like those dogs you see with wrinkles of skin falling over their eyes. Not the most handsome dogs, basically helpless but lovable. My wife, she preferred grapes the way most people do. She's dead now.
Cadê a
But you
esposa
probably
dele?
guessed that. Thanks, but you don't look like you're doing so well yourself. Takes one to know one, right? I can always spot someone who's grieving along this highway. They usually stand on the road with a dazed look on their face and their thumb up in the air. No, I don't know you. Just know the type. My wife, if I'm totally honest with you, I don't really remember what she looked like. Remember everything about her, just not her face. Some people have faces that are easy to remember. Doesn't seem fair. Sure, it's not as easy as people think. I'll give you an example. You think you're present in the moment? You've been talking to me for a few minutes now. What color are my eyes? Yep, not bad. But that's just your photographer's eye. Better lucky than good, am I right? Do me a favor and crack the window, would you? That's better. Now, where were we? Yeah, fair number. But after a while, you start seeing the same few archetypes over and over. You got the numbnuts Kerouac fans. You got your autodidact blowhards. They'll talk your ears off. You got a lot of people from Cincinnati for some reason. You got your deadheads trying to get to some concert someplace. And then there's the water bottle person, always worrying that they're gonna run out of water before they get where they're going. Still, you're the first hitcher I ever picked up who doesn't have a destination. Copernicus. Seems like the right name for a guy who's traveling.
Pessoal, é minha primeira vez jogando esse jogo,
where he's
viu?
going.
Quem tiver chegando e não for inscrito, se inscreva
You
no
just sit
canal
back,
e
Copernicus,
fica
and invent a
atento que
language
teremos
where false statements are impossible.
mais lives em breve. Falou do Games, é nóis. Torcei Filipeto. Não, eu esqueci o que ele falou, não vi. Ah, vai a primeira
What?
opção.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Valeu, Mano Du. Valeu, Filipão. É nóis.
You know, when I was a kid, my brother and I used to drive our parents crazy on long drives like this. Our folks wouldn't let us listen to the radio in the car. So we used to make up these songs about food on long drives to pass the time. We had this one with about 30 verses, each about a different kind of grain. There was this one time when we passed a billboard for this new kind of bread, balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of bread. Oh yeah, that drove Mom and Dad crazy. Come on, join in. In hell they have a hell a lot of bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of bread. Actually, I'm beginning to understand my parents' perspective.
Já era tempo, né, mano?
Getting older is
Começa a
funny.
entender.
It's
Lá
like
dos seus
reading a
pais.
book where less and less happens, but the writing gets better and better. Thanks. I got it from an app. It's this app with philosophical sayings. My wife got it for me, to make me sound smarter. She had a way with words.
Agora ser mais direto.
That all sort of depends on which raisin you take out of the box, right? How you spin it. We were married for 37 years.
Não.
People used to ask us how we managed, being married and all, working off the side of the road together, sharing a little trailer. The truth is, nobody knows if they're happily married. All they know is that it's the thing they've been doing every day for the last 37 years. It's not that simple, Copernicus. Life has a way of chipping away at that certainty. It'd be easier if you had a number assigned to you, a number from 1 to 100, printed on both your foreheads where you could always see it. It would arrive in the mail every year, right after you file taxes. Oh, we're a 71. That couple down the street, the Rosens, they're an 82 this year. Oh, I guess they have it a bit better than us. Some way of knowing. There's a photo in that glove box there of us, standing in front of our trailer. It was in a magazine. One of those stories about vanishing farmers that always pulls heartstrings with the rest of the country. Well, I never opened the glove box myself.
Oh,
It's kind of a superstition of mine.
fala comigo.
But help yourself.
Fala comigo, Marcão. Como é que você tá?
Hey, where'd you get that? That's not her. And that guy there, he looks like you. I don't know. I was gonna ask you the same question, Copernicus.
Eu tô jogando esse
Did
jogo
he-
aqui, ele é bom,
Who
mano.
gave this to you?
Sim, né? A empresa me mandou, eu tô aqui, eu vou jogar ele até zerar, porque...
Well, I guess it belongs to you. You'd better hold on to it.
Ah, mano, eu conheci esse jogo hoje.
What woman? Well, oh, her. Well, hard to say.
Eu
I wouldn't
recebi
lose
esse
any
jogo aí
sleep
esses
over it.
dias. Ele aqui é jogo...
What's that black thing in the...
Aqui é jogo de... narrativa, né? De história.
thing in the glove box anyway?
Socorro.
What you got there? Just a matchbook, huh? I figured it must have been something important.
E aqui nós vamos descobrindo a história, mano.
So, where were we?
Aqui tá, agora o cara tá na boa, mas tô começando a desconfiar dele já, hein? Esse malucão aqui é esquisito, hein? Choque, cheque o porta-luvas.
See anything interesting there? A windmill, eh? No idea.
Ah, o jogo tá ficando com um teor mais sinistro, né? Ele não tava, não. Tava a musiquinha mais alegre.
Say, want to hear a joke? Why did the raisin take the prune to the dance?
Todo esse cara é uva, velho. Esse cara tem algum trem esquisito com uva.
He couldn't get a date. Hey, that reminds me. It's almost 4:30. You'll like this. It's my favorite. I once knew the hostess, Darlene. She used to change the tires on my truck on Highway 51.
Welcome to another Interstate Riddle Hour. Here's our first riddle. Keep your eyes peeled, all you blacktop carpetbaggers.
Ô, gente, tá frio demais, velho.
I fly, yet I have
Não
no
faz
wings.
ideia.
I cry, yet I have no eyes.
Tá muito
Darkness
frio,
follows
cara.
me. Lower light I never see.
Tá frio demais.
Need some help? I fly, yet I have no wings. I cry, yet I have no eyes. Darkness follows me. Lower light I never see. Here's our next one. A gatekeeper forever bound. He opens and shuts with a similar sound. Need some help? Think metal teeth that open and shut.
I don't know why I listen to this every day. Damn questions are rigged. I never get them.
Says the guy who never knew what pressure to keep his tires at.
Hey!
Having fun? Want to keep going? Great. Here's another one. Take one out and scratch my head. I am now black, but once was red. What am I? Need some help? Check your backpack.
Oh, fala, Arthur.
The answer could be hiding inside. Need some help? I also have 7 numbers on my back. Well done. Okay, here's a
E aí, Arthur, o que você tá mandando, mano?
I have 4 wings but cannot fly. I never laugh and never cry. On the same spot I'm always found, toiling away with little sound. What am I? Need some help? Round and round we go, people.
Fazer o moleque dormir, mano. A gente vai e volta, o que que seria?
Need some help? You might need to get your binoculars out to find this object. It's not so close.
Ah, era o binóculo.
All right, here's our last riddle.
Ah, eu tô jogando esse jogo aqui que me enviaram, mano. O jogo até que é legal.
Oh, come on, Darlene.
Need some help? I never did like changing his tires. The lion liar.
Damn it, Darlene. I should have tipped her better when she changed the tires. She's been out to get me ever since. Look, she isn't being straight with you, kid.
Check the photo, Copernicus. The photo in your bag. Then you'll see. She's in trouble, Copernicus. You must help her.
Things like that happen all the time on this highway. It's nothing to lose your scrunchie over.
As paus por terra, o gajo já conseguiu.
Kid, I am sorry about your girlfriend, but I had nothing to do with it. It's just the opposite. I was sent to protect you. You did. You picked this car every bit as much as I chose to stop for you. You picked this car, picked me, not to feel anything. Kid, just let it go. There's nothing for you down that road. Nothing but hurt. Look, I admit I lied, but only about one thing.
Esse trem tá começando a ficar esquisito, hein?
Yeah, we've met. Twice, in fact. Sure. You showed up at my trailer park taking photos. At first, I was a bit suspicious, since there were plans to kick us out and develop the trailer park into some kind of shopping center. But then it became clear that you'd been sent here by a magazine to do one of those stories about vanishing farmers that always pulls heartstrings with the rest of the country. The woman in the photo? No, I didn't actually meet her. I just know what you told me about her. She was backpacking around Europe without you. And you? You weren't taking it so well. Oh, I know a lot about you. I know about the phone number in the matchbook. I know you didn't show it to me. Kid, I told
Gente, tá frio pra
you
caramba, viu?
don't want to go down that road. Well, there's one more lie I told you. We're not #1 anymore. In raisin production. We were surpassed last year by Turkey. I wasn't afraid of the truth either, back then. My wife, when she got the x-rays, when she knew.
Esse jogo aqui, galera, é tipo Life is Strange, Until Dawn, só que, porém, né, aqui você vai só trocando ideia e fazendo as escolhas. Vamos ver que final vai ter isso aqui, né?
Stayed closed until today, till you came along. I wish it was that simple, kid. Hey, Chief. Why don't you have a look here? He appeared on this highway about the same
Salve,
time you
papo.
did.
Como
I
é que
guess
você tá,
he's
mano?
part of what you're running from.
Nossa, eu não vi o que falou.
Not sure. You can't see him directly. He only shows up in mirrors, windows, pictures. Well, we haven't talked yet about the second time we met. That's the thing. It's a little hard to explain. Better if I just take you there.
Pessoal, esse jogo aqui eu recebi da produtora, viu, que fez ele, me mandaram essa semana. Então hoje eu estou jogando ele. Até o final.
It's just a quick detour. We'll be there in a minute.
Esse cara tá com o cara que vai matar a gente, velho. Também quem que fica pegando carona no meio da BR, né, velho? Só o cara do jogo. Olha lá, nós já passou aqui já, velho. Nós estamos rodando em círculo no jogo.
But close the window. You don't want to have it open where we're headed. But close the window. You don't want to have it open where we're headed.
Bugou.
But close the window. You don't want to have it open where we're headed.
Só esse cara tá aí não, gente. Mas eu não tô gostando disso não. Esse trem de pegar carona aí nunca dá certo não, velho. Esse jogo é legal, mano. Aqui, eu tô fazendo as escolhas. O jogo começou na vibe de boa. Agora já tá ficando uma coisa mais sinistra. Mas tá legal. Tô curtindo a vibe.
A man travels along a road until he reaches a gate at the top of a hill. The road has been long and straight so far, and the going has been easy. But now the man can't go any further, so he takes a seat by the
Depois que
road
acabar a
to
live,
rest.
pessoal, vou colocar o...
The man waits.
Vou
And
colocar o
after a
jogo
length of time
na
that seems
PSN aí na
neither
descrição.
short
Quem quiser
nor
comprar,
long,
tá comprando. Demorou?
the gate opens.
Aí eu
And
tô
a
fazendo a
card
live aqui,
appears.
caso vocês gostarem.
The man asks the guard for entry, but the guard says he cannot let him enter at the moment. The man thinks for a second and asks if he will be allowed through later. It is possible, says the guard, but not now. The gate now stands slightly open, and the man tries to look through it longingly.
A história do jogo é interessante. O jeito que a gente interage com ela também eu achei
And he
legal.
misses the feeling of the open road. The guard notices and laughs.
Isso é um jogo indie, galera. Ele tá
Even
muito
if
bem
you
feito,
could
velho.
gain entry, there are many
Tem a produtora
gatekeepers after
pequena.
me. Some are much stronger than me, and I'm afraid to look upon them. So there the man waits, for days, months, years, waiting to enter. One day, when he's given up hope of entering, a single question occurs to him, one he has not thought of before. Why, he wonders aloud, are there no other travelers along this road? All these years, no one but myself has waited in front of this gate. The answer to this question comes from a voice near his shoulder. It is you who made this gate, says a bird perched nearby. So it exists for no one but you. But why? Asks the traveler. Why would I choose to stop here?
História doida, velho.
The bird answers after hungrily eating a crust of bread from the man's hand. After this point, the road becomes less straight. It splinters like the tree in which I live, splitting into dozens, hundreds of branches. The path becomes impossibly narrow and frail, and crowded with the view of other paths one could have taken. There's only one point ahead on the road where all paths converge, where all points join, where the light shines through skin and through lies. But it's never been reached by one of your kind, a traveler who walks on feet. Shoo! Cries the guard, chasing the bird away. Don't listen to his nonsense. Having said this, he takes a seat next to the traveler, but not before closing the gate forever. So when you think about it, who knows how long we've been sitting here, just like this, on this road.
É, nós estamos girando em círculo já tem mó
It's better to
tempão, né,
face
velho?
things with, what's it called
Se
again?
vocês perceberam, o carro tava
Fortitude.
girando no mesmo quarteirão.
Better not to feel too much. Want a raisin?
Essas passas tem alguma coisa, velho.
See? You're getting used to them. Life is like a box of raisins. That's some Forrest Gump type wisdom for you right there. Here, I'll leave the box open for you. Help yourself.
Deixa eu pausar aqui. Tô vendo os troféus.
Look, hooded crows all along this road. I have to chase these for my farm every harvest. They look hungry. Didn't get much peck out of this last harvest.
Tem 3 corvos aí, ó. Não tinha esses corvos antes, não.
You don't want to do that, kid. These birds are unpredictable. There's no telling what they'll do once they start swarming. Get enough of these crows together and it's big trouble. You're making a mistake, kid. You don't know where they're taking you. Look, I'll help you. I'll help you figure out what happened when she came back from Europe. Look, I get that you're mad, and I don't blame you.
Esse cara aí, velho, é cheio de onda, né? Tá rodeando a mesma rua que tem mais de meia hora já.
Stay with me, and things will play a whole lot safer. All right, I guess you made your choice. Don't blame me for what happens next. Now you've done it. They've taken control of the car. I don't know, Copernicus. Why don't you ask them? We're at my farm, Copernicus. I had a funny feeling the moment you looked through those binoculars. Well, they're pulling us around in circles. They're afraid of the scarecrows I put up here last summer. They want to take you, I suppose, to that windmill in the middle. That's it, kid. Now, more of the same. Almost there.
Só um agora. Deu ruim. Espera aí que agora vai.
That's it, kid.
Aí, ó. Oi, pessoal, quem tiver chegando aí e não foi inscrito aí, se inscreva no canal para estar ajudando a gente. Sejam bem-vindos.
I think it's for you. They have a way of leaving gifts once
É
you
um jogo aí
fit
que eu
them.
recebi da produtora essa semana aí.
Or a piece of string.
E vamos jogando ele. Tô curtindo o jogo, muito bom. A vibe dele é de boa.
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. It's practically a cliche. Going to Europe to have new experiences, and yeah, it's corny, but maybe find myself.
I guess I'm just worried that you'll find yourself but lose me along the way.
I'll be back before you know it. Promise. Here's a security deposit.
What a weird box. Did you win this at the circus?
It's great, right? I'll send you something special from Europe to put inside, so you know I'm thinking of you. And then we have our road trip together when I get back. You won't miss me anyway. You have plenty to keep you busy, like that job in California. The story about the
vanishing grape farmers. You're right. I'm worrying too much. I love it. Does it lock?
In some other world, it must, but not here. Okay, trade you a memory box for your Polaroid. Say cheese.
Well, now that you know how it started, it doesn't make the next step any easier, does it? Listen, I disapprove of just about every choice you've made on this trip. But I like you, kid, and I can see you've made up your mind. If you want to find your girlfriend, if you want to find out what happened, if you really want to go there, you've got to find that box. I don't know, kid. But find that box and the key. Open the box before it's too late. Well, this is where I say goodbye. Unless you want to help transport 4 bushels across. Nah. Just remember, there are many more gates ahead and many more guards. I'm pretty much the friendly drunken uncle of the bunch. Well, good luck to you, kid. Oh, one more thing. What did the grape say when he got run over by the car? Nothing. He just gave a little whine. Good luck with your search.
E foi o capítulo 1. Agora é a segunda carona.
It's the second house on the right here. No, wait, the third.
Don't you remember where it is? I thought you spent your whole childhood here.
Do you know what put us on top of the food chain? Do you know? And please don't say opposable thumbs. Plenty of animals have those. Possums, koalas, something called the waxy monkey leaf.
Ô, mano, tô gostando do
Nothing
game.
special. Forget about thumbs, okay?
A proposta dele é legal, mano. Tipo assim, a gente vai moldando a história ali e vai seguindo os parâmetros que a gente quer. Isso é da hora. É, basicamente parece ser um game de carona, né? Você vai pegando carona com as pessoas. O cara da primeira história perdeu a memória dele. Não sei se no segundo é o mesmo. Mas gostei, primeiro capítulo. São 5 capítulos. São 5 capítulos. Estamos no segundo. Bom, a proposta do jogo é boa.
Throw open their doors and invite us in to have a look around. So we can go back home again. So we can be whole.
Nos Estados Unidos tem muito mochileiro, né, velho? Os caras têm inspirado nesses mochileiros pra...
Oh dear. I didn't mean to put you to sleep with my talk. We're looking for Asper Street. And at least it used to be called that. The problem is that a few years ago they rearranged all the letters of the street signs in this neighborhood. Very impractical. I didn't catch your name. Time hops.
Eu quero saber como é que eu vim parar
You
aqui,
don't
né?
remember. They say sleep is the cousin of death. Well, you're lucky I happened to find you in that cornfield. Some of the places I'm asked to lecture at these days, dubious at best. No, just a second. Let's find this Asper Street, please, before we begin our inquiries. Like I say, they might have rearranged the letters a bit.
Ô, boa tarde, Cristiano, meu brother. Como é que você tá, mano? No outro capítulo aqui... Esse velho aqui gosta de viajar, hein? Boa tarde, brother. Tem que achar a rua ali. A letra da rua.
Oh, that's not it, I'm afraid. We're looking for Oh, that's not it, I'm afraid. Oh, that's not it, I'm afraid. We're looking for Asper Street.
Ah, eu tô jóia, mano. Graças a Deus, tranquilo. Tô aqui jogando um joguinho que me mandaram.
Oh, that's not it, I'm afraid. Yes, that's it. Very good.
Mandaram esse jogo, tô fazendo desafio 3.0 ao mesmo tempo. Aí eu tô...
There was something you wanted to ask.
Eu tô aqui aproveitando e já testando o jogo que me enviaram. Aí eu já faço duas coisas na vezada só. Que eu faço desafio, zero um jogo que eu nunca zerei e ainda apresento um jogo novo pra vocês. Cara, se vocês interessam, depois eu vou pôr o link da PSN com o jogo, caso vocês queiram comprar.
I picked you up because I could tell you're looking for something. Something you've lost. Now, we're all looking for something on this road.
Todo mundo nessa
I've never
rodovia
met
procura
anyone
algo.
who wasn't. My dog. Well, she's been missing for a long time now. Hops, like me.
É, esses motoristas, cada um já perdeu uma coisa. O outro lá, o da primeira história, perdeu a
They
esposa.
constantly
Esse
think
perdeu o
they're being
cachorro.
trained. Every time someone you know stops you in the street, made her a little bit high-strung. So, Vern mentioned this problem you have with a photo. Vern, sure. Now, I know almost everybody on this road. Well, there's not many of us after all. Excellent raisins that guy Vern has. Did you try one? Delicious, am I right? So, okay, show me this photo.
Nossa. Ô, mano, valeu a força, mano. Tamo junto. Também tô com... Também tô com o celular zoado. Meu celular tá carregando, né?
What happened to her? Well, I can help you with one part. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. Well, there was some kind
Oh,
of
fala
argument.
Marlon, meu brother. Como é que você
invited
tá,
you to
cara?
in and put the kettle on the stove. You never wound up making it through the front door. She suddenly had to take a call. You got impatient. Well, I got the feeling
Oh,
there was
Marley.
something more behind it. But, you know, who knows?
Tô sentindo frio demais, viu,
Relationships
gente?
between adult humans are not my strong suit. If you want to know what happened to her,
Valeu, todo mundo tá
why don't you
chegando na live aí,
ask her
galera.
yourself?
Tamo junto. Se alguém quiser entrar no Discord,
You
dá
haven't
ideia aí
asked
que eu
me
coloco
yet
no
where we're
Discord.
headed.
O Discord tá aberto aqui.
The warehouse of lost things. Impressed?
Ô, mano, isso aqui é tipo... Life is Strange. Tipo, esses jogos nessa mesma temática. Tipo um Tio Dó. Você vai fazendo as escolhas e seguindo o caminho da história. Aqui no caso você vai interrogando os motoristas pra ele falar o que aconteceu com você, que você perdeu a memória, entendeu? Tô tentando achar a sua namorada que sumiu. E pelo que eu vi aqui, cada motorista vai contando de um jeito o que pegou, entendeu? Ele acabou perdendo a namorada dele aí na história. Mas no mais essa treta aí. Aí tá tentando achar, né? Encontrar ela. São 5 episódios, nós estamos no episódio 2 agora. Ele tá aí tentando encontrar ela. Mas eu tô gostando do jogo, forma de interrogar.
Oh, yes. Vern said you were pretty funny. Oh, okay. It's this warehouse that contains everything you've ever lost in your life. You can find anything there, even feelings, but you only get 15 minutes to look. Yes, only 15 minutes. It really threw me the last time I was there. I got distracted by some mittens. Yeah, I had as a kid. Left them at a bus stop sometime in the mid-60s. After that, my parents bought those things that clip your mittens to your coat so it wouldn't happen again. Well, why not?
Eu quero ver no armazém procurar a mulher ali.
Tribes of the Amazon believe that in order to heal, you have to journey into the other world, find the thing you've lost among the spirits, and bring it back. Now, and to think about all the things we misplace. Atlantis.
Não tem? O outro também tinha, mano. O outro da outra história tinha cara de psicopata. Os motoristas é tudo...
I suppose. Well, I've never looked for people. It definitely works for
Esses motoristas aqui desse jogo é tudo cara de psicopata, velho.
From time to time. Stick with me, you'll see. Just keep your eyes peeled. Now, if I remember correctly, it's only about another 20 minutes from here.
Tá, cadê a opção? Pô, vamos lá.
Peculiar.
Ô, mano, esse trem tá no loop aqui. É, você tem que ir respondendo os diálogos aqui. Até achar o caminho certo, entendeu?
Green light. Are you one of these people who's good with cars? I was hoping you might know. I never saw it before until you got into the car. What? Us? Stop here? No, I think we'll wait to find a mechanic someplace. Perhaps that part-time quiz show hostess.
Esses caras é meio suspeito, né, o cara? O cara nem quis parar o carro.
The future that keeps receding from us.
Esse velho cara de
Yes, I
psicopata.
suppose you've read The Great Gatsby too. It's probably nothing major, just a reminder to get something checked. But what do I know? I'm not the technical sort. Oh, we could ask Lola. Well, she's very good with these things. Lola's a kind of oracle. She's given me lots of good advice, right from where you're sitting. Besides, more to the
Ó,
point, I'd like to
aqui eu
check
já
with her
entendi. Eu tô achando que a
directions,
gente tá morto
just to
na
make sure
história
we're pointed
aqui.
the right way.
O cara tem uma hora que ele falou um
See if
negócio de
you can find
espírito,
her
agora
here.
tá falando que a Lola é um negócio ali. Tipo xamã. Não fica? Ele fica nervosão, mano. Deixa eu perguntar se você tá
Well, she's
escondendo no
quite
carro.
small, you see. A toy bear. Now, I found her at the World's Fair in Barcelona, 1929, at an exhibition about alchemy.
Essa cara de
Lola
psicopata
Montez.
tarado
She's
desse
somewhere in this
velho.
car now. Feel free to rummage around as much as you need. What have you got there? Interesting. Looks familiar.
A chave bugou.
There she is. Ah, Lola. Put her on the glove box lid, my boy. That's where she likes to speak.
Perguntar se ela fala.
Sometimes directly, sometimes in more of a roundabout way.
Já cliquei. É que é com atraso.
Lola, dearest, now I'm here with this young fellow here, and well, the warehouse. Now,
É
it's
que eu
left
fico
up here
mexendo nos
for
outros
that,
trem.
right?
Quando eles dão a oportunidade pra ficar
She's not ready to talk.
mexendo no carro, aí eu fico. É, só vai deixar eu clicar de novo depois que acabar os diálogos, mano.
She's lonely. Lonely. And she misses her friends. Fellow memory objects. That's her preferred company. Trinkets like her, lost and found many times over the years, imbued with the
Não,
memories
tá
of
confirmado
everyone
mesmo.
who's
O cara é
ever
louco,
claimed
pô.
them as their own.
Tem hora que eu boio aqui, eu perco os diálogos, mano.
Things start to get interesting. The present moment peels back like wallpaper to reveal the past behind it and the future ahead. Her and her friends, yes. She's very good. She even remembers my dog's names.
Que viagem, mano.
About 9 months. Well, no, I couldn't look for her these last months. I got a bit detained. Yes, it all started when I was buying some tube socks. I
Ficou
was on the
preso,
escalator,
velho.
trying to leave the mall.
Psicopata
Do you ever
sua
have
aí.
that thing where you buy something and you know it's the right thing, but you start worrying about it just as you're leaving? I was staring at the socks, wondering if they were the right length. Now, I knew they were, but I must have not been paying attention. Because suddenly, I slipped down that crack at the end of the escalator, right where you're supposed to step off. Yes, exactly the thing kids are always worrying about, getting sucked down the escalator. Well, first quite quickly, and then very slowly.
Cara, esse velho é muito
Before
doido,
you know
mano.
it, you're banging
A história
around
do
in the
velho.
chute, and then you land at the bowling green. That's what they call the entrance. It's a little area with some onboarding materials and
Se você perceber, Gano, não passa nenhum carro. E se você tiver em coma na clínica? Ô, mano, eu tenho duas teorias. Ou esse menino aí, ele tá morto, ou ele tá internado. É um ou é outro. Essa boa, essa sua aí também eu penso nela. Mas também eu penso que ele tá morto. Tu lembra do Rime? Você acha que você jogou o Rime também. O Rime, você, depois que descobre, você fica bolado, mano.
grass carpeting, so the landing isn't so rough. It's the most fantastic place. Under the escalator, just vast. Like falling out of bed and landing on the moon.
Caralho, o cara é
Not much,
solitário.
really. There's an old black and white TV that only gets a few channels. There's some old board games just lying around, but they're all missing pieces and instructions. There was one box that promised 8 games in one. But I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to play a single game. A couple of decks of cards, all incomplete. I must have dreamt 20 times that I found the 4 of clubs. Oh, no. There are other people there, but not much good for company. Everyone's just waiting to get out. Very
Esse cara tá dirigindo, não dá a impressão que ele tava em outro período, velho. Tipo assim, que ali eles estão mais atual, mas dá a impressão que é um período assim, década de 20, 30, 40, pela roupa do pessoal.
Poserish scene
Dá pra
down
você
there.
ver.
Let me tell you, a lot of staged ennui.
Tem, mano. Esse jogo é misterioso pra caramba, mano.
Well, they open the escalator every year on January 1st. To clear everyone out. They used to do it more often, but then, well, yeah, budget cuts. I fell in the beginning of April, one of the last.
Sabe que jogo que é assim também, ô Marlon? É o Green Fandango, mano. O Green Fandango é misterioso o tempo todo, velho.
Last cold weekends of the year. Really tough thing to get your head around, being trapped in there almost the whole calendar year.
Que isso? Ficou preso 365 de um ano.
Pretty much the only thing that passes for excitement there is when somebody new drops in. Pretty quickly, you learn to tell
É, mano,
difference
mas
between
tipo
the real
assim,
people and the mannequins they drop down the chute.
o primeiro carro não era não, mano. O primeiro carro era mais atual.
Sure. That's how they keep everyone fed down there. They stuff mannequins full of food and supplies, put them on the escalator, and just let them slide down the chute. Well, that's a big moment. When they drop the mannequins down, really breaks up the monotony. Everyone rushes over to tear the mannequin apart to get their hands on the food inside. Oh, indeed. But I guess it's the easiest way to get the food to slip down the crack. Now, one time, a real guy fell down the shaft and was
Trem
mistaken
viajado, os
for a
caras mandavam
mannequin.
comida dentro do
Now, he was
manequim,
half
velho.
torn to shreds before I pulled him out of there. Poor fella didn't look lifelike enough. Oh, yes. He was really quite beside himself. He gave me his pipe as a token of appreciation for saving him from the mob. Well, I still keep it in my pocket. Oh, look. Let's give it to her place. Let's see if she's feeling more sociable.
Que viagem,
Well,
entre a
dear,
caixinha
are
pro
you
pabo.
feeling more chatty now? She says her tea party is still missing 2 guests. You see, we just need to find 2 more of her friends. Ah, of course. My audiobook about the gulag makes perfect sense. Only one more object to find now. Oh, well, it's something I used to play for her in the car an awful lot. There was this one story she used to adore. Oh, here's a fellow who's eager to get to the bottom of things. No, it's okay. I tend to ramble on a bit.
Eu também
What does
tô,
it ye be
tô pensando
wanting
igual
to the
você,
answer
Marlon.
for?
Esse capítulo é muito viajado, mano.
It's a reasonable question. Well, the answers are all in front of you. You just have to decide if you want to go all the way down the tunnel or not. You sure? You don't look quite like a fellow who wants to know the truth.
Qual é, velho? Para de dar a volta, fi.
Well, never mind what I think. It's a simple choice. I can give you the blue pill, and you'll return to your previous life, remembering nothing of any of this. Or I can give you the red pill.
Ah, agora é
But then
Matrix?
you're in here playing for keeps. I can give you the blue pill, and you'll return to your previous life, remembering nothing of any of this. Or I can give you the red pill, but then you're in here.
Não,
playing
quero
for
a
keeps.
pílula vermelha.
You sure? No turning back after this. All right then, down the hatch. The only thing that gets better is that by the end of the year, the new people who fall through the escalator won't get so grouchy.
Não, mano, isso aqui é Matrix puro, né? O cara é realmente Marlon, ele é doidaço.
Oh, the red pill. I was just kidding about that. It's a tic-tac. You should see your face right now. Sorry, I have an awful sense of humor.
Valeu,
I do enjoy a
Morpheus
good practical
Branquelo.
joke. I pulled off a few whoppers in my time.
Valeu, Morpheus.
Well, I once convinced a friend that the sun had exploded. He was quite distraught.
Esse velho é persuasivo, né, velho? Esse cretino. Não quer
We
saber
were on a
mais.
fishing trip together. Tiny island, no electricity. Now, I set his clock ahead several hours. When his alarm went off, he went out to fish and waited. Now, by the time his clock said 8 o'clock, he started shaking me awake and screaming, "Where is the sun?" Now, of course, it was only 5 in the morning still.
Fizeram, fi. Referência a Matrix.
Listen, can I ask you an honest question? Okay, here it goes. This girlfriend of yours, why is it so important for you to find her? I mean, okay, the burnt photo, damsel in distress, etc., etc. I get it. But if you can't remember anything about her,
We'll always have this.
see, this is Lola's influence. It's starting to work. You feel it, right?
All you have to do is find your way back to me. Let's keep him as our pet.
You two didn't even mean to capture it. It just flew into the empty bottle. Well, for your sake, I hope so. I think you know. You're like me. The past is the only place left for us. When we were young, we thought the past could only tie us.
Véi, não tem um carro na rua, não tem uma
Everything we
pessoa
wanted,
na
freedom,
rua,
lay
velho.
ahead on the open road. Well, that was yesterday, and this is today. Now the past is all you've got, and the future is full of pain.
Será que esse cara matou a mulher dele, a namorada
Keep
dele,
an eye
velho?
out for a firefly in a glass bottle. It shouldn't be hard to spot. They tend to keep that place pretty dimly lit.
Véi, tem um ser humano na rua, não tem um carro na rua, e esse velho é louco. E a gente tá conversando com um urso.
Oh, look. Looks like Vern started doing some advertising. I guess he's finally decided to take matters into his own hands. Normally, he's so stoic, letting things take their own course, never complaining. Well, he was just trying to help you. Seems like you can use it. You're totally infected with this
Motoristas é
frontier spirit,
esquisito,
am I
né?
right? Always move ahead. Always continue along the two-lane blacktop. Take the red pill. Don't look back, right? Wrong. You don't know what you're dealing with here, young man. Maybe Vern exaggerates a bit, but at least he knows these parts. You should turn back here. No, I'm serious. Take the whole goddamn pack of Tic Tacs if you want. It's just Lola. Blast nothing. Someone changed the street signs. Him. He's been here. I swear it was the second left past the red house. But don't worry. Don't worry. We'll find it. It's right around here. No, it seems to have disappeared along with the car manual. I just want to find my dog. These streets all look the same. This is worse than falling down an escalator. Here, take this. See if you can figure out which way is east. Are you sure? I mean, look through it and see if it tells you which way is east. No luck, huh? Well, maybe it does something useful.
Sim, mano.
Oh,
O cara tá com Alzheimer. Esse
she's starting
doidão.
to talk.
Porque, mano, ele fala os trem, esquece e volta pras mesmas perguntas no começo.
Lola, dear, this
Muito
young man
viajado,
and I,
velho.
we're looking for
No outro cara tinha as treta com o rádio. Nesse aqui é a
something about
bonequinha.
you. A car crash?
Muito
No,
viajado, mano.
he's fine. Well, just look at him. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. I can vouch for this young man, Lola. Well, he's been with me almost the entire afternoon. She says she knows who you are and that she wants to help you. She's gathered these memory objects for a purpose, for you to put together, to bring you earthly knowledge, she says. Very peculiar.
Que viagem esse trem.
Well, isn't that something? It's alchemy, my boy. Art. A camera. Your means for turning water into wine, redeeming the past, renewing memories.
Arrumei já, mano.
Well, nothing needs redeeming more than the American suburbia.
É que você manda ou chega com
Americana,
delay pra
where the
mim, ô Marlon.
surreal intermingles with the mundane. Here's your chance, my boy. Create a photo journal. Win some awards. Fireflies, sent directly from your memory, I suppose, to guide you. Oh, hello there, Lampiridine. Oh. Oh, those sideburns. Don't let my student...
Galera, só ver ali meu celular, ele tocou ali, deve ser mensagem. Comendo um docinho aqui. Eu vou até zerar. Na hora que o almoço estiver pronto, eu vou deixar a live rolando. Vou almoçar e vou voltar pra live, entendeu?
Get a hold of that. I think they're not done yet. They want you to take more photos. They want to show us the way, but they can only do it through photos. Gee, I didn't notice him standing back there. Should we go back and pick him up? Who is that guy anyway? You don't sound very glad to see him. I think they're not done yet. They want you to take more photos.
Comendo doce amendoim aqui.
Trading post, huh? Interesting proposition. I expect you get something rather valuable in exchange for this particular camera.
Mesma casa.
It can't. Ah, no, no, my dog. How? If I can't find her in the past, I don't have a chance of finding her in the future. Oh, that was just nonsense I said to cheer you up. I just want to find my dog. Is that a dog collared in the street? I suppose, but what's happened to her? She's invisible. She's lost in time since the warehouse closed its doors. That's it. Capture her with that camera of yours. Oh, you're a good dog, Hops. You ran past a funny mailbox through a door, and we'll find you, don't worry. We've got to find that house. That's the one. Hang on. Look, the silo. That's my house. Funny how you can come upon the very place you live and not even recognize it. All depends on the angle you... Hey! There's Hops! Thank goodness. Oh, I've almost got her back. Listen, I didn't realize the warehouse was closed, but we must do it again. Now you have to promise me, pinky promise, that we're going to meet again in a year, okay? This same spot. We won't exchange contact info or anything like that. We'll keep it old school. Meet here in 1 year's time. What do you say? Wise plan, young man. People like to say that you can't live in the past. Well, look at me. I'm living proof to the contrary. Look, your fireflies are back. Seems like they're waiting to give you one last memory. Hops, wait for me!
Ué. E acabou.
I just think it would be fun to ring the bell. I lived here my entire childhood. I feel like I have the right.
Sure, but we better make it quick. Lots of driving to do still.
Hello. What can I do for you two?
This is gonna sound funny, but...
Not at all. Come right in.
Oh, sorry.
Só vou
I've
abrir
gotta
meu
take
WhatsApp
this.
web aqui só pra ver o que tá pegando, galera.
To me, it's perfect here. I don't understand what's so great about our life in Seattle. Don't you ever think about making a change?
Sure, but this isn't the kind of change I had in mind. I get it. You grew up here, so it's your baseline of normal. But this just isn't my idea of an adventure.
Adventure.
Ah, nesse aqui você tá com a
It's
menina.
just,
No
it's
primeiro você
real
tá com
here.
o cara caçando
It's
a
a good
menina, a
place
menina
to
tá
grow
caçando
up,
o
to
cara.
have children. At least it was for me. I can always find myself here. Same stars, same fence, same mailbox.
Hey, you need a ride someplace?
Ó, já foi 2 caronas, hein? Já estamos pra terceira. Achei que eu tinha recebido alguma mensagem aqui. Ah, eu não compartilhei no grupo de platina, não. Compartilhar a live aqui pra esse. Lá, galera, terceira carona. O jogo é grande, viu? Achei que ele era pequeno, mas não é não.
Listen, I'm not your girlfriend. And I'm not your mother. But you'd better finish that pickle, or else I'm stealing it. Me? I'm a waitress, dummy. Waitresses have to be whatever people want them to be. Yeah, but not today. Don't worry. Thursday's my day off. That's okay. It's nice to sit on the other side of the counter for a change and see how the other half lives. This music, isn't it dreamy? I can tell we have some things in common. We both have to live by our wits. Hitchhiking isn't an easy trade. Waiting tables isn't
Que é o
either.
que?
I'll show you what
Postergagem?
I mean. Corned beef hash with 3 eggs over easy, whole wheat toast and hash browns. 2 eggs scrambled with bacon, sausage, English muffin, and french fries with mayo instead of ketchup. 3 eggs over easy with well done bacon and a side salad, hold the toast, Greek omelet with well done hash browns and white toast, a short stack of blueberry pancakes, coffees all around, and 1 Diet Coke. So, how many orders of toast were there? Okay, here it is. Corned beef hash with 3 eggs over easy, whole wheat toast and hash browns. 2 eggs scrambled with bacon, sausage, English muffin, and french fries with mayo instead of ketchup. 3 eggs over easy with well done bacon and a side salad, hold the toast, Greek omelet with well done hash browns and white toast, a short stack of blueberry pancakes, coffees all around, and 1 Diet Coke. So, how many orders of toast? Only if you count the English muffin as toast. Otherwise, it's 2. I figure there's an art to hitching a ride. You have to be able to read people very quickly. Waiting tables is no different. You get to know what people want before they know what they want. It's a sixth sense. When I picked you up, with you it was easy. Your mind is an open book. Seeing you wandering through that street in the suburbs, clutching that strange blue box like a talisman, I could see that you needed a good rest, a good meal, and a dose of friendly advice from someone who's looking out for you. It's good you managed to lose Hops back there. Let me guess, did he try to make you promise to meet him again? Yeah, we've all made a few of those. This highway is practically paved with broken oaths sworn to Hops, patron saint of useless stuff. Let me guess, you chose the red pill just like me. He doesn't mean badly, Hops. He's just a bit stuck in the past.
Agora tá ligado de novo.
That's why he has all that junk in his car. Can't let go of anything. Can't change. People like to solve problems with the tools they understand. Hops thinks all the useful tools are in the glove box of his own memory. That's why it's good you got clear of him. He's a bad influence for someone like you. You need to let go to move on. I don't know, but driving in the rearview mirror will only get you so far. You can't live in the past. Well, judging by the faces in this place, you can't live in the present either. Look at these blue screen zombies. Everyone glued to their phones. Depressing. The living dead all around us. Not you two, though. You and your girlfriend. You were very much animated. Although, maybe not in a good way. That was some argument. Well, if it wasn't worth arguing over, it wouldn't mean anything, I guess. Well, I'm not one to eavesdrop. Something about text messages, being present. The usual suspects when it comes to couple arguing somewhere in public in the 21st century. I only caught the end of it. It was one of those things that suddenly boils over. One moment you were sitting there having your strawberry rhubarb pie and trying to figure out where the next gas station is. The next moment, when I came back with your check, there was this big scene with you storming out the door. Beats me. You didn't come back, though. She hung around for another 20 minutes, mainly talking on her phone. Then she got her stuff and left. Seemed like she was making a plan to meet somebody. Nope. See, I'm not that nosy. But when I was wiping down the counter, I found this. Have a look. You might find it interesting.
Mudou, mano. Mudou o cenário agora.
Weird, right? Gets weirder, though. Check out the back. Check out the back. Seems like some kind of rendezvous. I mean, I figure that's not your card. Beats me. I just work here. Sorry, Copernicus. I've helped you all I can this time. Like I said, we all know each other on this highway.
Essa rodovia deve ter algum trem ruim, né?
Pass me the menu, will you? I want to see if they have the seasonal milkshakes in yet.
Ó, rapaz.
Aw, look at that.
É só seguir reto aí uns 50 mil quilômetros, lá chega de boa lá.
It's like a little map of your adventures. How convenient. Even your gas station
Com certeza.
is there. Did you
Só
notice?
pela cara dela, mano. Ela é
It's a typical
doidaça.
sign, you know.
Se você quiser entrar no Discord, ô Marlon, eu te passo o Discord e te adiciono ele.
Of a lucid dream. Random happenstance. Strange coincidence.
Acho que o pessoal
This
tudo
might be a
dessa
good time
região
to
aí
test
tem
if you have
problemas,
superhuman
mano. Eles são
strength
meio
or
doidos.
fly or something. I think I'll have peppermint mocha or vanilla caramel.
Ó, galera, eu vou dar uma pausa aqui, que eu vou almoçar. Aí vocês me aguardam aí. Se quiserem comer também vão, que aí eu vou Ó, pessoal, tô indo almoçar. Meu microfone tá desligado, eu não vi. Eu vou almoçar. Depois que eu almoçar, eu tô de volta. Nós estamos na metade do jogo ainda. Ainda tem 2 capítulos, o 4 e o 5. Os capítulos são demorados, então eu vou almoçar porque a live deve acabar um pouquinho tarde. Então se vocês quiserem comer, fazer um lanche, fazer alguma coisa, vão lá fazer que já já eu tô de volta. Demorou? É nóis! Ai, vocês já almoçaram, eu ainda não. Mas eu não vou fechar a live não, que eu vou até zerar. É o jogo 7 de 30 Desafio Game e trazendo esse jogo novo aí pra vocês aí que a empresa me mandou. Eu tava mutado. Então é isso aí, galera. Eu tava mutado, Marlon. Não estou mais. É que tem atraso, Marlon. É por isso, às vezes você fala e demora um pouquinho. Aí eu vou aqui almoçar, o Marlon já almoçou. Quem mais estiver aí que não almoçou, almoça. Que eu vou pegar meu almoço aqui e daqui a pouco eu tô voltando. Então vai ficar assim, pausado. Se vocês quiserem fazer alguma coisa enquanto isso, podem fazer. Que eu vou demorar um pouquinho. Demorou? Mas a live vai ficar aberta que eu vou até zerar. Eu nunca joguei esse jogo, viu, galera? É minha primeira vez jogando. Vocês podem até ver aqui, ó. Eu nunca zerei ela, ó. O último capítulo é o 5. Então, é a minha primeira vez jogando. Então, eu vou ali almoçar, daqui a pouco eu tô de volta. Vou pausar meu... Vou tirar meu volume aqui, ó. Voltei, galera! Como é que vocês estão? Demorei muito, não? Tem alguém online aqui no Discord? Tem, não. Se alguém quiser colar aí no Discord, só falar. Fala que eu te adiciono no Discord. Demorou? Valeu aí, galera. Almocei aqui, satisfeito. Tá frio pra caramba. Deixa eu pegar meu celular aqui. Ver se alguém mandou mensagem, alguma coisa, tá ligado? Ai, tá frio pra caramba, velho. Até pros meios, vocês têm base. Então vamos lá, vamos até o final desse belíssimo jogo. Ai.
Sure. I mean, come on. Raisin farmer? There's no such thing. Grapes have farmers. Raisins are dried grapes. End of story. Jeez, where's the waitress anyway? I'd kill for a shake right now. Well, things become real when we invest meaning in them, when we make them real.
Caramba, ela falou que é um sonho, velho.
There's a poem about this. A guy is having an argument with his friend. He's freaking out because the meaning of every word, everything, every idea seems to be falling apart. After a while, I understood that talking this way, everything dissolves. Justice, pine, hair, woman, you, and I. Exactly. Booth, menu, you, I, mustard, mustard. It all starts to dissolve. It's my day off reading. Well, he remembers this lover he had, and that helps him get his head screwed on straight again. Well, in a sense. It's more that he thinks back to what it was like when they were together, and the different memories come together and leave him with a sense of specificity. That things are real and not just a big pile of words and concepts and stuff that fall apart the moment you try to squeeze them tight. He thinks back to when he was a boy and remembers this river where he would try to catch the little orange silverfish called pumpkin seed.
No.
But you do. Just repeat after me. Pumpkin seed. The memories are real. Look at me. Don't forget me. See me for who I am. Pumpkin seed. You wouldn't believe how much people project their weird bullshit on me. It's the curse of the diner waitress. Less a real person and more a blank screen. I can't tell you how many swingin' dick Detective McGurks I've met in this place. Give me a coffee as black as a moonless night, darling. Shit like that. Are you sure about that? Or is that just what you want me to be? You don't seem to realize that you're the one pulling the strings in here. Well, everyone has an agenda. People think they come to a diner for food, but they're really looking for something much more profound. They want something, and at the end, they settle up. You bring the bill, and they have the chance to make good again. Everybody wants to be forgiven. It's a simple transaction. You're no different. Well, there's that box you're carrying around and want to get open. You're here looking for answers, but only the warm, cuddly kind. You're not going to hang in when it starts getting heavy. It's not just you. This whole modern problem of people not really being present, it's everywhere. And technology only makes it worse. Once the robot doubles started showing up, that was the tipping point. Robot doubles. The first models were so expensive, only Silicon Valley types could afford them, like electric cars. But pretty soon it got to the point where basically anybody could afford a robot double of themselves. You could pick one up at Walmart, one aisle over from the toilet paper and the firearms. Even the company that produces my cheap-ass phones started them. They claimed they were on a mission to disrupt the human space. I hate that word, disrupt. Pretty much anything you want, but there's where you have to be careful. It acts like you, but it only performs at about 70% of your capabilities. It's you, after a bunch of drinks. So, if you're smart, you only trust it to do really simple things for you. Go to the post office, jury duty, fill in for you at your boring job. But people are lazy. They grow dependent on their robos, use them for all kinds of things they shouldn't, making complex
outra
calculations,
referência.
blowing up boulders. People send their robos off to be
Pode
with
ser
their
duas
wives, their
referências aí, ó.
families,
Uma
while carrying
aí
on
o
affairs.
robô e outra a
Check it out.
Matrix.
Imagine you and I are in a relationship. Then you notice I'm acting a little slow.
Que
My
Matrix
eyes
lá,
aren't
os
focusing quite
robôs,
right.
eles tomaram o lugar
Like
dos
this.
humanos, tudo, né?
Look.
Até pra trabalhar.
See it? You just need more practice. Then you'd realize that I just stuck you with a pile of bolts for the evening. Right, so here we are. Two dummies out on a date together. Would your robo be smart enough to know that I'd sent mine? Or would they keep it a secret between themselves? All kinds of ethical issues, right? I don't know. I know you're trying to make your eyebrows move weirdly just to mess with me. Did someone stand me up with a robo? No, not exactly. It's more about this thing that happened to me at work once. Not here, dummy. In my former life as a flight attendant. Grab that thing and pull up a chair. I'll tell you all about it. Come on, we don't have all day. Grab that thing there and I'll fill you in. Come on, we don't have all day. Grab that thing there and I'll fill you in.
O que é pra me pegar?
Come on, we don't have all day. Grab that thing there and I'll fill you in. Come on, we don't have all day. Grab that thing there and I'll fill you in.
Entendi.
Come on, we don't have all day. Grab that thing there and I'll fill you in. You feel like a sack of bolts yourself doing these safety demonstrations. People are zoning out, staring at their phones like the blockheads in here, or else just leering at you like you're the first woman they've ever seen wearing a uniform. But you start getting good at spotting the doubles. They're often the only ones paying attention, staring at you with those not quite human eyes of theirs. Technically, no, they're not supposed to be there. But like I said, people bend the rules, and security rarely checks. They're fine on the runway, perfectly docile. But something goes wrong at altitude, something about the navigation system. The FAA wanted to study it, but the study got shut down because you're not supposed to have them on aircrafts in the first place. So yeah, I learned to spot them right away. It becomes a job requirement, a matter of survival. Here, try your luck. Have a look at the table. So, 1 mustard, fine. 3 mustards, not so fine. The one on the left is the real one. See if you can track it. Keep your eyes on the prize. 10 will get you 30. Uh-oh, you just accused Mr. Corporate Entitlement of being a robot. Unfortunately, it's really him. That's going to cost you 1 complimentary business class upgrade. Want to play again? Very good. You have successfully enforced airline regulations. Want to play again? So, where was I? Pick that up again, and I'll show you what happened next. One time, we were doing a flight into Galveston, and we had a sudden drop of cabin pressure about 100 miles from our destination. No, but imagine this. Everyone's freaking out. I'm trying to help a girl with her arm in a cast to get her oxygen mask over her head. Suddenly, I'm aware of this Frankenstein monster lurching towards me. The robos, they're like an army of the undead. I don't know if they were affected by the sudden change in cabin pressure or what, but they just lost their shit. People are screaming, and we're huddled together like a band of villagers with pitchforks to fight these things, throwing crap at them from the drink cart, locking them in the toilets, and so on. Luckily, they started fritzing out on their own, like Hal in 2001 when his brain starts melting. Let me tell you, as soon as we got over water, adios! Out you go, robos! Threw them right out of the cabin doors. Throwing the robos off the plane? No, you're right. That didn't actually happen. You can't just open the hatch door like that. But it's a nice image, right? I like to think of it sometimes when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep. Maybe so. They're everywhere these days. I can see one in this diner right now, in fact. Can you find it? That's right, the king. Can you believe it? God, I miss the king. They say that it was the first robot double prototype ever made. He actually sent it off to act in some of those cheeseball movie roles he had. That's why they were so bad. Am I? Says the guy who called his own girlfriend a robot. I seem to recall you standing right there, complaining, it's like eating lunch with an automaton. You really don't remember anything? What you were fighting about? What happened next? Could be. Well, I've got a little game that might help you remember. It's kind of like a telephone seance. Ready? Hello? Is that you? This is your girlfriend, Mr. I'm not sure. Yes, it's me. I'm calling from beyond the grave. So, who are you with right now? Am I interrupting you? Oh, a waitress. Is she pretty? Maybe I am interrupting something. See, I told you this is a good game. Okay, so, I'm your girlfriend. Somehow, I'm not with you now, and you don't know why. Except, I am with you right now. That pretty much sum it up? No, this is my game. I get to ask the questions first. What's with this gas station you're trying to get to? What are you hoping to find there?
We need to get gas in a sec. Hey, stop it!
It's like we spend 1 year falling in love and the next 4 breaking up, right? What took so long? Were you just afraid of being alone? Or maybe you didn't want to be the guilty one, the one who blows things up and hurts me. Were you waiting for permission from me to end it? Waiting for me to give you... Exactly. Waiting for an excuse. What? Right. That's why you stuck around. Fear. You didn't want to break anything. You couldn't get over the idea that this great future we were supposed to have could just be wiped out. The beacon we'd always talked about, our light in the bottle, gone. You left it to me. Put it on me to do what needed doing. Well, I finally gave you the sign you were looking for, right over at that counter there. You guys need anything else, or you're okay for now?
We're fine, thanks. You do anything to make it different, right? To fix things. I can take you to that gas station, and I can be her for you. Together, we'll open the box. You can make it happen. You can make it real. What do you say? Miss the old times? Let me be her. Okay, your choice. Now it's your turn. You can ask me one question, whatever you want. The man on the phone. Yes, the one I was texting when we were eating lunch. The man with many eyes. Yes, he has 10 eyes, like this. No, he wears them around his wrist, like a bracelet. Even while he sleeps, a few of them keep watch, their eyes open. He also wears an orange vest. Find the man with many eyes, and his friend, the man with mirror eyes. They're the ones who did this to me. Close your eyes.
Hey, where'd you go? It's like you went somewhere else there, having some irresistible dream. Good for you. Reality is always the best policy. Speaking of reality, the check has arrived. Works for me. What's the sudden rush? Are you sure? If you're lucky, maybe she hasn't even gotten to the gas station yet. Well, the card has Thursday 4 p.m. written on it, right? That was 2 days ago. And need I remind you that today is... Yeah. If we leave now, we can beat her there by nearly an hour and find out who's waiting for her. Well, that's easy. If I'm made up to look like her, he'll give himself away as soon as we arrive. I have a few wigs in the car. Like I told you, I'm an expert shapeshifter. Come on. Time to be forgiven. And time to hit the road. Time to pay the check so we can get out of here.
This thing about robots is chilling. It says that 60% of the workforce won't have a job in 20 years. Hey, can you put down your phone for 3 seconds? I'm trying to have a real human connection with you, and you're so tuned out. It's like I'm eating with a robot.
I'm sorry, I know. We need to get gas in a sec. You can tell me about it while we're in the car.
Would you put that thing away?
Hey, stop it. Come on, let go.
Who is that? Who are you writing to?
God, keep your voice down. Look, I've been driving for ages. I just need to space out a little.
A little? It's like you're a million
Fala,
miles
Mano Du,
away.
como é que você tá?
Can you just give me a break, please?
Ah, eu tô aqui indo até o fim, Mano Du. Parei pra almoçar,
Now we're back
voltei.
together, but I feel this is the last place in the world you want to be.
Well, that's what I'd call
Ué,
a
você abriu
self-fulfilling prophecy.
a loja do Domingão pra trabalhar?
Não abri não.
Love
Só
Grand.
porque o farsante eu vim aqui, ele ia pegar o joguinho dele que ele tinha
Come on,
deixado
let's get out
antes
here.
do Mortal, que os meninos continuaram a jogar e teve que ir embora.
Aham.
E resenhar algumas coisas lá. Perguntei pra ele como é que vocês foram no Frost lá. Tudo certo, tudo tranquilo.
Ah, não, foi tranquilo.
De boa, né?
De boa, recebi esse joguinho aqui daquele estilão que nós gostamos, de escolha e tal. Tô curtindo,
How
mano.
do I look?
Pois é, tava vendo desde cedo lá e tal. Falei, vou mexer muito aqui não, porque tá focado no diálogo lá. E aí, Felipe, nós tava conversando as abobrinhas aqui do dia a dia.
Não.
Deixei a live aberta.
Good. I'm a very apt pupil.
Deixei lá
A
rolando.
very apt pupil.
Ah, eu falei, comecei, era
take my
11 e
phone.
pouca, mano. Eu
Call
falei,
for
não.
help the moment something looks fishy.
Falei, o almoço não tá pronto. Falei, vou almoçar e vou voltar. Que aí eu zero ele já hoje já e entrego pra... Entrego...
Até o finalzão bolado.
É, falta só mais 2 capítulos. E os capítulos é grande, viu?
É, eu tava vendo aí, finalzão bolado.
Não, mais um jogo pra conta. Igual foi pessoal, as empresas voltar me mandando o jogo. Agora eu vou... Acho que eles viram que eu tô fazendo esse desafio. Você falou, manda jogo pra esse cara que vai pôr no desafio. Deve ter pensado nisso. Porque lá no site de parceria lá, você cria sua página do criador, né? Aí eu pus o meu canal lá e tudo que eu vou postando no meu canal vai caindo lá também.
Entendi.
Aí, eu fechei todas as reviews do ano passado, né? Dos jogos que eles me mandou. Só que foi em outro site. Aí o outro site agora começou a me mandar os negócios também. Ah, Edu, tem um outro ali que eu vou te passar, mano. Que eu fiz parceria. O canal enquadra direitinho, velho. Pra você pedir as paradas. Te mandar as chaves.
Beleza.
Uai.
Shoot.
É outra mulher agora, Du. Que viagem. Ah, é a mulher do cara, Du.
I did, yes.
Esse jogo ele é meio sinistro, velho.
Right, it
O
was
cara
her.
aí, a mulher perdeu a memória.
Meio cabulosinho, né?
É. O Marlon tava endoidando.
Yes,
Ele falou, pô, mano, esse
and?
povo aí eles é meio doido, né? Eles é meio doente da cabeça.
Falam fera, velho, fera.
Tá
Listen,
sumido, Marlon.
There's something at the end of this road that
Até no
you don't
Play,
wanna
ele tá
find.
jogando muito videogame esse tempo atrás, não.
You do,
Tá na fase igual
and you
Frost, só
don't.
treinar.
If
só
you
vou
only
aí.
wanted to find it, there
Ele
wouldn't
tá
be
só
all
na
this
fase de
conflict.
levantar.
Drivers lying to
Levantar
you, drugging you
ferro,
with raisins,
academia.
all the little
Acho que o Marlon tá
glitches,
fazendo
things
academia.
that don't make sense, the static. It's hardly been a smooth ride, has it?
Faço não, velho. Nossa Senhora.
I'm
Só
just saying,
correria, Du.
there are two sides to every story,
Não, eu
right?
almocei, galera.
The
Me bateu
argument
um
back at the
sono,
diner,
vocês não fazem
maybe
ideia.
there was something missing for her. Something
Nó,
missing
esperar
between the
daqui a
two of
pouco tem
you.
café da tarde.
Have you stopped to think
Tá de
for a
boa,
moment
daqui a pouco.
about why you keep finding these photographs?
Ai,
Why
ai,
they're
mano.
so important to you?
Essa semana foi muito doideira. As coisas muito loucas, né? Du?
Foi.
Their way of capturing
Tem sido
reality,
essas
right?
semanas aí, tem
They're
sido.
objective, but
Não tem?
they're
Isso é
also you.
esquisita, mano.
They tell the story you want them to tell. That camera of yours,
Aquele futebolzinho
it's a
que eles
weapon,
mandou,
too.
gostei pra
take a
caramba,
photo
muito
of
bom.
me, and in the photo I'll never change. I'll never
É, eu
grow
achei
away
legal.
from you.
Eu já tinha visto até ele um pouquinho. Falei, ah, não vou pegar não, porque cheio de jogo, velho. Vou pegar pra ele.
É,
É legal, legal.
é top.
So,
Eu
what did
tô
you
igual
learn
você,
back
Du, só
there
tô pegando
from your
coisa que
photo?
realmente me interessa, mano. Eles me mandam
Oh?
um tanto de chave e falam, escolhe aí o que que você quer. Aí eu já vou nos
Oh,
indiezão, mano. Eu
you
nem
have my
procuro
phone.
AAA não,
Want me to
gente.
call it then?
AAA não dá não, velho. Não dá pra fazer negócio de AAA não, Du. É muito tempo, velho.
Dá pra
And
fazer
you think he's also this
Muito
man
maior.
with all the
Os
eyes?
indie é... Você experimenta uma jogabilidade diferenciada.
Hey, you said he has 10 of them,
É...
right?
Você pega umas paradas mais
look at that
retrô.
card.
Igual esse jogo que me lembra muito Life is Strange. Só que porém você não
lines.
fica
See
andando,
'em?
né? Só respondendo diálogo. Mas mesmo assim eu tô curtindo. O jogo é da hora, mano.
Seria legal se você pudesse controlar o carro alguma hora.
É. Faltou essas coisas.
Pra falar isso com o Filipão farsante aqui.
Mas também como é um estúdio muito pequeno, né, mano?
É muito pequeno mesmo, extremamente pequeno.
Extremamente pequeno.
Igual o pessoal aí que tem dado entrevista aí de desenvolvedores de jogos aí, pequeno demais.
Sim. Esses mesmo.
Muitos pequenos.
Muitos pequenos.
E eu não deixo de cornetar, não. Foda-se.
Foda-se, cornetadinha eu gosto também.
Nem aí.
Mesmo naipe do...
Gostou do meu jeito? Gostou?
Freaky, right?
Ah, mano, eu fico só vendo as paradas, tá ligado?
Almost there now.
Eu tava conversando esses dias com o Clécio
Time to get
também.
in character.
Grande fera.
O Clécio tava falando pra mim assim, mano. É umas coisas que a gente nem
Sure,
entende, tá ligado?
Ah, I can't see a thing.
Dá pra entender.
What
mas
gives?
É incrível.
Mas foi igual eu falei, mano. Falei pro mano lá, falei, velho, eu tô de boa aqui, eu, mano, Du. Nós estamos fazendo nosso desafio
I
aqui.
can't. The
Desafio
car's
nosso não
jammed
tem
somehow.
regra, nós tá divertindo, então na boa, mano.
Desafio game é sem regra.
What the hell? Why'd you fight?
Aqui curtindo. Curtindo a vibe de um jogo aqui que eu garanto que nenhum canal grande ia pegar pra fazer o que eu tô fazendo aqui, né? Do que jogar o jogo todo, curtir o game. Aí acabamos a terceira corrida.
Ah, não, só pega o jogo do hype.
Aí, galera, ó. Falta agora a penúltima história e a última.
E agora vamos embora de carrinho.
Aí, ó.
Eu ia fazer um bom dia e companhia, mano, às 9 horas da manhã. Aí eu falei, ah,
Eu também ia, só que sabe o que pegou?
vou conversar com o Filipão aqui, vou trocar as ideias. Daqui a pouco eu tomo uma canjibrina e fico de boa.
Olha que pegou, Maluzinha vai ficar comigo, mano. Aí nós ficou jogando de dois o Rayman, mano.
É bom demais, hein?
Fiquei brincando com ela, mostrando pra ela. E ela, oh, que legal, Tigui. E ela gostou do jogo, velho.
Ela gosta.
E ela, ô Tigui, tá fazendo live? Tá falando com o Du Game aí? Teve uma hora que eu saí aqui.
É quando o quê?
Hello. Copernicus? Is
É,
that
do
you?
Game tá aí, Guilherme? Quer conversar com o do Game, Tigui? Eu
Let
falei,
me
não, eu
guess.
tô sozinho.
You've gotten
Du não
yourself
tá aqui
into
ainda,
some
não.
kind of jam.
Ah, tá bom.
Swinging by your toes over a tiger cage?
Ah, tá, né?
É desse jeito.
Locked in a trunk? That doesn't sound like
Aí,
part
Du,
of
te
your
falei que
dream.
esse cara aí é
How'd you manage
esquisito, velho.
that?
Cara do jogo?
É,
I
aí.
sincerely doubt that. The fact
Já
that
tô
I'm
no
hearing your
porta-mala
voice
do
now
carro.
suggests otherwise.
Pois é, mano. Podia ter uns lances meio psicopata, psicodélico, jogo de serial killer, sei lá.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Sim, mano, e eles têm cara disso, velho. Eu acho que eles tentou jogar essa vibe, entendeu? Pra nós tentar descobrir.
Look where that got you. Speaking of which, did you find the box, Copernicus?
Saga no desafio.
Aí sendo.
Saga, esse novo.
Have you opened it yet?
Então o Lego dos vilões, né? Vou ver.
Figure out a way to open
Lego
that
dos vilões.
box,
Bom, eu tenho um
Copernicus.
Lego aqui também, aqui que eles deu na
Inside, you'll
Plus, dá pra
find out
colocar
who you
também.
really are.
Legal, hein?
Don't mess with him, kid.
Lá,
He's the final
sai aí,
gatekeeper.
vambora.
Way
Vem,
too
Filipão,
strong.
entra aí na
You
parede,
need to
ficar
learn the
conversando com
spell
nós pra nós zoar um
first
pouco.
before you can go up against
Não,
him.
ontem eu zoei demais, Felipe te falou, eu e o Hudson.
Falou que você chegou, ele falou que chegou lá, o Hudson já tava louco. Você já tava lá assombrando o povo lá.
Não, eu
If
tava
I knew
aloprando
it,
demais, né?
I'd tell you. But let's start by getting you
Ah, era
out of
umas
that
quase
box.
9.
Lucky
O
for you,
Free,
I've
né? Eu
got my
tava
farmer's
brigando com o
almanac
Free.
here.
Essa moeda mortal que você
Let's
postou aqui,
have a
gostosa
look.
ainda.
Hang on.
Né? Scarlet.
See, cabbage,
Ah,
caraway,
cara,
carrot.
muito mal. Eu
car
comecei a
trunk.
ficar meio gripado, eu falei, ah, não vou pra casa dos outros,
First thing
cara,
you should
porque
do
essa
is
mais, né?
Ah,
reach
não.
around for the
Maluzinho.
latch. Sounds
Maluzinho, por
kinda
causa desse frio
obvious.
também, ela tá com o nariz correndo.
É, fiquei em casa, mano. Em casa, tá.
Okay, next step. See if you can scare up the brake lights. Can you find them? It's a little gizmo with some wires.
Próximo a gente vê.
Foi que nós almoçamos. Ah, aqui, ó.
Okay. Yank on
Depois
the
que nós
wires
almoçamos, a gente
and
bate a
try to
lomba,
pull
né?
the lights into the trunk with you. Got 'em?
Bate.
What color are the lights?
Jean fica curtindo, pode muito.
We need a green light, kid.
Jean
A
é
steady
psicopata,
green
né?
light. That's the way forward. Gotta run now. Good luck to you, kid.
O Du compartilhou mais fotos, gente. Entendi. Ó, Du, curti essa aqui, hein? Manhã do metal aí.
Piseira da galáxia.
Nó.
Mais uma aí, só pra não falar que eu não compartilho mulher. É difícil demais, velho. O pessoal fica me seguindo. Ah, compartilho mulher, compartilho o que eu quiser. Foda-se. Eu compartilho o que eu quiser.
Isso aí, mano, Du.
Grandes joguistas, desenvolvedores de jogos. Gente, R$4 esse jogo. Pra quem é das antigas já viu Bud Spencer e Terence Hill, sinônimo de pancadaria. Não sei nem que jogo é esse.
Você tá igual eu, Du.
Slaps and Beans. É um beat and up. Tá bom. Obrigado aí.
Tem gente muito assim. Gades, achei que você tinha parado de receber jogos. Falei, vai cuidar da sua vida.
Pode ir, ninguém liga não.
Ué. Puzzlezinho, eu gosto dos puzzlezinhos. Esse positivo aqui, eu tenho que achar um que bate ele aqui. Esse verde aqui que é o problema. Eu vou ter que trocar um desses aqui, ó. Não, esse verde também é foda pra caralho, verde. Tá, você vai pra cá, ó. Entendi, negativo, negativo. Positivo, positivo, bolinha com bolinha. Isso que tinha que dar. Tem que ficar tudo verde. Negativo, negativo.
Ligar as paradas.
Sempre tá sobrando um vermelho.
Legal que tem um puzzlezinho aí.
Tem uns puzzlezinhos da hora.
Igual aquele primeiro lá de montar os negócios lá, fazer a câmera, né?
Ó. Positivo com positivo. Entendi esses. Esse verde aqui nada bate com ele, não? Esse aqui dá com ele, ó. Esse verde vai dar aqui.
Aí tem verde e rosa.
Sempre tá dando um vermelho, isso aí que eu não tô entendendo. Rapaz, já deu. Isso aqui, quando é assim, eu uso aqui o mesmo esquema do... Aqui é o mesmo esquema que eu uso pra fazer os puzzles do Sleeping Dogs.
Sim. A lógica,
né?
ما أدري شو تسوي بسيارتي بس من خبرتي بهذا المكان.
Tem que voltar a jogar ele aqui no canal depois. Depois que acabar o desafio, eu vou terminar ele.
English. آسف. ما أدري هاي مو صدق. بس أنا أشعر به.
Cara, tô falando em
كان
árabe,
يصدق
velho.
حاجة سعر. كل شيء هنا إلها دلالة رمزية. السترن، الجير ولا القرن على الدشبول. هسه حتى لو أحد إيدي من الستيل
هلا
السيارة من كيف تمشي عدل.
É, esse arabiano não tem cara de psicopata, não.
أريد أوقف.
Os outros tinham. Não é esquisito esse povo?
Isso que é a partir.
I'm sitting with tu horizonte, do ciebie. A fantoma milunda jak droga, ja i tu vraiment. Nosine toso jamilos, demores equipunas patricia. And those sweet fireflies, they dance in the night. They are stumbling on my way back to you. English? No, sorry. I could, of course, back in the real world, but it doesn't seem to have come with me into this place.
Ah, nós estamos tipo num mundo paralelo, sei lá que merda é essa. Você fica girando em círculo, nunca chega no lugar. É, mano, igual Santa Luzia. Ah lá, até os lugares aparecem.
Vamos lá.
Kidnap you? I don't think my singing is that bad.
Deu certo pedigree.
Man with many eyes. Look, I understand you're ready to point fingers. I feel the same way, watching you appear out of thin air next to
Ai,
me.
Edu. Só quem sente luz mesmo.
I hardly understand the word that's coming out of your mouth, even now that we're speaking the same language.
Só nego doido. Eu joguei você na bomba. Eu falei, só você não for. Ah, sei lá.
Ah, tá. Já pesquei, que eu tô meio dormindo aqui. Já pesquei, meu mulher. Pesquei. Não, só vai sem mim também. Vai
No
lá,
idea.
na nave, vai na
Ah,
nave.
não,
I find
só vou com
myself
você.
behind the wheel here, night after night. And the trunk, that's my dream too.
Tem muita coisa pra fazer aqui no canal. Tem nosso desafio, tem outras crenças pra fazer aí, então. Fora meu trabalho.
Why should I know?
Como você vai saber? O carniço, eu tô dentro do seu carro no porta-malas, você não sabe como é que eu fui parar aí. Ô Felipe, farsante, entra na live aí, mano. Eu também troquei as ideias essa semana aí, Du.
Who are you anyway?
O fascista, entra aí, fascista. Tava aqui mais cedo, agora o fascista.
Entra aí, farsante.
Pode ser tão farsante assim, velho.
Ele é, mano. Você foi pegar que jogo lá no Du que você comprou pra nós?
I'm not sure actually. But here,
Foi buscar o jogo
it's
dele,
funny.
enquanto mortal.
On this highway,
Ah,
everybody
onde?
calls me Al-Shatir.
O Versus.
Que isso, hein, Filipão? Você é gente boa mesmo.
Copernicus, huh? Suddenly.
Fica online aí, Filipão. Vamos colocar você nessa chamada incrível boa aqui.
Never heard of Ibn al-Shatir? A famous astronomer. I guess you
Sei
don't
lá,
know
menino,
about
esse arabiano aí
horoscopes.
nem sabe quem
One
é
of the forefathers of
astrônomo.
astronomy. In many ways a predecessor to... Yes, that's right. Copernicus, Al-Shatir. Two iconoclasts from different lands.
Nossa, Santa Luzia é
Challenge
igualzinho.
the belief that the sun revolves around the earth. Two dreamers.
Isso quer apostar que o último capítulo vai ser o mais lento, mais rápido.
Consciousness is not the only thing in the center
Ainda.
of the universe.
O último capítulo vai ser o mais
Maybe
rápido.
you're not just part of my story, like I'm not part of yours. You were trapped in the trunk, where I've been many times. It's like you've wandered into my dream, and I've wandered into yours. How should I know?
Ah, eu também já almocei, Felipão. Almocei e voltei pra livre. Já são 3 horas de live já. Eu confio que eu vou até zerar, eu vou, velho. Nós joga, né, Doug? Nós joga muito.
Tá jogando aí, menino, até o final.
Takes a leap of faith, I
Passado
know,
foi 6
to
horas de
admit
live, meu
that we
Deus do
both
céu.
exist.
Semana passada, né?
Morto.
Me,
Não, eu fiquei com o Du aqui no canal dele, gente.
place far away
Direto.
from us.
Só parei pra comer e voltei. Igual eu fiz aqui no meu canal.
They
É,
crawl
só
out
parei
as
pra
soon
começar
as
a
the dust
porque tava
settles.
tarde pra
On the
caralho.
news,
Eu
you
tava
hear
conseguindo
only about
raciocinar mais,
armies
falei, não, tem
and
que
religious madmen.
parar pra comer
But it's the
alguma coisa.
gangsters
Eu falei,
that
não, vou
drove
comer
me
alguma
away.
coisa, senão eu vou.
They're the ones who did this to me.
Ferinhas, grandes ferinhas, foram aonde?
Não.
Fera, grande fera.
Grandes
They're
feras.
They called themselves an army anyway. They were looking for my brother-in-law.
Não, mas esses dias
because he
eu tô
worked as a
analisando muita
translator
coisa,
for
hein.
the US military.
Eu fico conversando com o Du, falando assim, não deve ser vidente, alguma coisa
So
assim,
we
que tem
did,
condição não.
twice.
Tem que acertar a Mega Sena, né?
Luckily, no. He was safe with the army beyond
Tem que
their reach.
acertar.
A few years passed and we forgot about this.
Eu acho que as pessoas são fáceis de fazer a leitura delas, mano. Muito
And
fácil.
that's when
Já a
they
Mega
came
Sena é
back
mais
and picked
difícil.
me up. 2 days later,
As pessoas
when I
ficam
woke up in the
mecânicas,
body
né? Elas
hospital,
chegam a ser
I found
mecânicas às
out that
vezes.
they dumped me off there and told the hospital that I'd hurt myself in a work accident.
Chega a ser mecânica. As pessoas agem como se fosse tudo
Yes.
normal.
After that, I couldn't stay. The women in my family, my mother, my sisters, they were the only
Cabuloso,
ones
fi.
who knew.
Ele falou que só terminar o almoço dele ele vai chegar aqui.
Beleza, termina aí, fascista.
I was very close to the women in my
Próximas
family.
novidades aí, com
They were the ones who were
Ainda
around
tem um
at the
capítulo
times
ainda, pra ficar
while I was
tranquilo. Cada
recovering.
capítulo é
The
40
men,
minutos.
My father, my
Pra
brothers,
mais.
always working, always
Média,
out of the
5 horas de
house.
live aí.
I got on a plane to Istanbul.
Falta só um,
Where my
só
cousin
depois
lived.
desse. Aí nós
He took me to
acaba.
Izmir,
Mais ou menos
where
aí.
the smugglers are. They're easy to find.
Véi, eu sabia que esse jogo era
Border
grande,
space
que eles me falaram,
Hampton,
mas
Italy, Greece,
esse tá de
the
parabéns.
closest harbor in Europe.
Maior do que eu pensei. Edu, eles estão de parabéns.
Parabéns a todos por aí, Elias.
Experimenta o nosso jogo, você vai gostar. Foi, mano, realmente eu tô gostando do jogo, gente. Eu não tô achando jogo ruim, não. Tem que tomar cuidado.
Meu queridão, vamos lá, né?
No.
Vamos
They
lá,
had a
vamos
system
lá.
that you would pay your money to a broker.
Eu só caio nas
And
bombas
he'd
e Du
give
for
you the
comigo,
token.
gente. Tô assim agora, só você é
Once
amigo
you
meu.
go to the other
Sozinho,
side,
mano.
you show the token. Only then does the broker pay the smuggler. We couldn't leave for
Mecânica é
5
meu
days.
pombo.
Too many Greek army ships in the sea. Every morning, getting up at 3:30 to make a go of it.
É até bom o Filipão entrar aqui depois que
By the
acabar a live
fifth
dá pra
day,
nós trocar as
I was
ideias.
so tired of waiting that I wasn't even scared to get on board any longer.
Ah, ele não fica online não, Du.
impatience had overtaken fear.
Ele evita online.
We did not make it to Europe. A boat pulls up next to us. People
Oh,
are
já
trying
teve
to
referência aí
understand
de
what's
altos
going on,
filmes, velho.
but the man on the
Altas
ship
séries, altas
only spoke
paradas.
Greek. At first, people are worried.
Teve referência de
Pirates.
Matrix.
They take everything from the passengers. Sometimes take the passengers themselves. Sometimes just ram the boat and laugh as it sinks. But no,
Ah, que esse cara tá com um risco aqui no pescoço aqui,
they
ó.
take us back to Turkey
Não dá,
where
né?
I'm
Rico, mas
waiting
hoje tem
and
churrasco.
waiting.
Isso é bom.
Ó,
Feliz por ela, né?
Of course, I did not remember all this in my dreams at first. These were things I remembered.
segunda Ana
Remembered
Rick,
from
mano.
clues I found along the highway.
Ferinha. Figurinha.
I've dreamed this highway, this car before, many times.
Ele tá falando com o Clássico durante férias e tá fazendo voltou a fazer as corridas
good
do canal
question.
dele lá, né?
Voltou.
I had an uncle
O bichinho
once
tá meio
who
triste
left
também,
your
que ele
life
tava.
many years ago to study engineering at the University of Bowling Green.
Tem que fazer o que
I
gosta,
guess
mano. Se você não fazer os
this
trem que
made
você
an
gosta no
impression on
YouTube,
me.
você não faz nada não,
Who
velho.
knows why we dream the things we dream?
Que é papo que a
What
gente
is
já
your
falou
dream about?
várias e várias e 200 milhões de vezes.
É, mano. Se não for, velho. É porque, ô, gente, eu aceito esses jogos, tudo que eles mandam pra mim, porque eu gosto de experimentar trem. Eu e Du gosto de jogo indie e de experimentar jogo novo, velho. Não fica só na mesmice, não. Mas tem que gostar. Se não gostar, filho, nem pega.
That's it?
Ah, cara, tem jogo que você fez tudo e. Você fez. Né, dos outros falam, tem jogo que você fez tudo, você não gostou do jogo e foi até o final. Fui, mano, porque eu falei que ia.
Do you have a photo? Who knows?
Não, né, Edu,
Maybe
tem
I've
que ir,
seen you
ué.
somewhere along this highway.
Agora fala, avaliação é muito pessoal, né, cara? Cada um faz a sua avaliação do que quer fazer.
É,
Mas se quer fazer mesmo, tal, pô.
é verdade, mano.
Aqui tá aparecendo seu vídeo de legendária leve, já tá com 62 visualizações.
If you show me her photo,
Uhul.
maybe I can help.
Eu fiz o que é pra isso.
O vídeo. Ai, ai.
A caixinha aí. Encontrei a foto na mochila. Qual delas? Tem duas?
I know her. The same woman, but with different hair color. I just saw her at the gas station a few miles back. A decoy? What kind of game are you playing here?
Nossa, esse jogo brasileiro Domen, ele é um Souls-like. Ai, ai.
Sério? Os caras me ofereceram um Souls-like esses dias. Índio, eu falei, ô, pô, não. Ainda. O Du falou, você quer a chave? Eu falei, não. Não, não é melhor não.
Souls-like, né?
I pulled in there because I was worried about engine trouble.
Isso aí é pro Felipe. Felipe que gosta de sadomasoquismo.
Yes, that's
Eu
right.
gosto, vou jogar
There was a
retorno.
scene
Segundo
there
ele, né?
at the gas station. She was
Você
being
acredita, Du,
questioned
que
by
ele
two
irá
men.
jogar?
Vamos lá.
She seemed to
É,
be
Du também aqui, ó,
explaining
61
herself,
mesmo.
pointing
Ó, meu Jordan
at
também
the
tá com
passenger
61,
seat
viu?
in her car.
Que doideira.
They didn't really seem interested
Fato.
in her, though.
Um vídeo
They
puxou
were
outro
more
mesmo.
interested in the empty car seat. Not exactly. There was a lot of pointing at the passenger seat in her car and shrugging. It seemed they'd lost something. Or someone. The leader, he seemed very unhappy. A guy in an
Ó o cara
orange
do
vest.
colete laranja aí. Quem me salvou? Quem me salvou?
Sounds like getting in my dream. Getting in the trunk. May have saved your neck.
Não, vamos perguntar
I
se
just
você ouviu
heard
alguma
one
coisa.
strange thing they said. That they were looking for a guy with 8 fingers. They were going to find him. Something like that. 8 fingers. Eight digits maybe. Uh-huh. And you wouldn't happen to have a strange blue box with you, would you?
Esse jogo aqui, assim, é pra fazer live, assim, eu sei que é meio paradão, galera, mas é doido isso. Pra quem gosta, né?
Proposta
That
diferente.
was the other thing they mentioned. They have the key,
É.
but don't want the box
Quero
open.
ver se saiu a data de lançamento do Doke V, velho. Deixa eu ver aqui.
No,
O jogo é tudo indo
I
pro ano que
didn't
vem.
get
Esse
it.
ano tem porcaria nenhuma.
O
Say,
jogo é sair nada, né?
I
Até os de
noticed
Xbox
something
pro ano que vem,
there
todos.
suddenly.
Doke V é só K-pop em novo trailer. Parabéns. Ah, não sai mais nada desse ano não, velho. Mais esse
I don't
Ragnarok
know,
aí, ó lá.
but the weather also seems to be turning suddenly. Turn on the radio
Okay.
and see if you can find a weather report.
Eu que vi.
Será que eu dou uma boiada?
2022 sem data.
My God! Get that thing off the window! Get it off! Get it off! It seems to be changing the weather conditions.
Dr. Zest presents Interstate.
Summer sky. Summer sky.
Interstate.
Muitos fenos aí na estrada, novidades. É muita loucura, psicodelismo,
Muita loucura, mano.
paixão, amor.
Interstate.
Louco. É isso mesmo, Felipe. Louco, agora virou científico.
Suddenly,
Felipe louco.
it's sunny.
É, Felipe. Vamos lá, Felipe.
It's not working. They're stuck to the car. We need some other kind of weather to get clear of them.
Aquela que você não sabe o que tem que fazer e você vai no chute.
Bus is clean.
Warning.
Looks
Tornado
like
60
tornado
feet from
conditions
car.
Ah, tinha que fazer chover.
Tornado.
Filipão, tá online aí?
Pull the tumbleweeds off the car, but it's not strong enough.
Ei, Felipe, como é que faz? Louco.
Tornado. Tornado. Warning. Warning. Tornado 40 feet from car. Warning. Tornado 60. Tornado 20 feet from car.
O Filipão aparece aí, fascista.
Tornado. Warning. Tornado 60 feet. Tornado.
Aí,
Oh, good riddance.
o poder do rádio.
Look, that was very strange, even for this place. I don't know. It seemed they were spying, searching for something. Did you notice? What do you know about these guys? The ones who are after you? Seems he had a few extra to spare for the tumbleweeds. I see. What else? Oh, let's see. Balkan tours? Not directly, no. But I've heard about it. About them. From a guy in Istanbul I met. He had made it through to Europe. But then had come back to get his family. But that's another story. He had come across those Balkan tours on his way back from Serbia. He warned everyone about them who would listen. Apparently, they had a charitable program to help refugees, promising to help them. But no one who accepted their help was ever seen from again. People just disappeared. And it wasn't just people in the refugee community either. Tourists too. They were strange stories. Did she mention anything about these Balkan tours to you? Yes, I guess merely the fact that you ever saw her again suggests otherwise. Still, it seems like a connection. I only heard bits and pieces, nothing very clear. Mirrors, rooms full of mirrors. People losing their minds and never coming back. Yes, people who were heading from Turkey into Croatia and Serbia were being warned about it. Watch out for mirrors. Rooms full of mirrors. Rooms full of ice. Well, my friend, I think right now the best thing you can do is run for safety. They probably have a good beat on your location, assuming the tumbleweeds were on their payroll. Make no mistake, these guys are dangerous. Well, we've all been in a dream we've wanted to wake up from, but couldn't, right? Let's just say there are people who thrive on that fear and have ways of keeping you from waking up. Exactly. What did you do to these guys anyway? Why you? Right. Where did you get the box? They must be worried about what's inside. Worried it will expose them, all the things they've done, to her and to all the other people they've hurt. I wish I knew. Even if I make it to my destination, I'm still not home. That's what it means to be an exile. My niece, Nadia, used to ask me that question all the time. Where are you going, uncle? She was the only young person who knew I was leaving. Imagine, she knew when my father didn't. I was always mad at my sister for telling her.
Fala do games, foi tomar um
When I
café.
was putting her to bed.
Pegar uma cerveja aqui.
Ah, não, nice.
The only thing you can tell when a person that young asks you a question like
Fala
that.
não, até eu tô com sono. É as correrias, né, mano?
Not the truth.
Não, não para, só trabalha.
The truth wrapped in the blanket of a story.
Trabalho é sua obrigação, só tem pra fazer, nem nossa senhora.
Só correria o tempo todo, velho.
Não é folgadinho.
Nó.
There's a place where the river Tigris runs through Baghdad.
Situação a gente não fica online nem a pau, velho.
Called the Two-Story Bridge.
É complicado, complicado.
I would go fishing there and look out at the water. And
Eu acho doido essas histórias que eles contam, explica tudo
as a
direitinho.
child, I was told that the farthest place on the earth from Baghdad is a place called Fiji. I would train my eyes on the horizon
É, do game,
and
farsante é
imagine that
foda.
all the water led there, to the point where the sky met the earth. To my child's mind, Fiji
Esse
was
jogo aqui
the
é igual que
place
as outras
where the
desse
sky
estilo, é
touches
dividido
the
por
earth.
capítulos.
These people of Fiji, they must be very tolerant people to live in such a place where one has to stoop over at all times and can never stand up straight. Eventually, they resolved to leave and find a new home, where the sky was farther from the earth,
Tá xingando
where
as
the
lá, doido.
bananas tree can grow high enough to be woven.
Falou que é o pombal dele.
So, they left this land right under the sky,
Fica ao
leaving
vivo aí,
behind
Filipão, vira
those
homem.
people, so old and bent that they no longer cared.
É, vai caçar uma vez na rodoviária, Filipão, também.
The other Fitchians gradually moved away from the edge of the world, and the sky got a little higher, and then they found a marvelous place. It was
Esses caras, eles não
fertile
falam
and
nada
lush,
concreto
with
nesse jogo, você
excellent
já
weather,
percebeu isso?
an orange tree for every
Eles
back.
sempre falam naquele ar assim, ah, e você fica, será que é verdade essa história?
There was one problem. Earthquakes. Terrible earthquakes. As frequent as rains during the springtime
É...
in this country.
Será que é verdade? Todos deixam uma história meio assim mentirosa, assim.
When there's thunder, it echoes off the roof of the sky.
Porque é tipo um mundo espiritual que os caras tá meio viajado pelo que eu li até agora.
But the Fijians adjusted. They built their entire civilization out of rubber. Rubber houses with rubber beds that would sway during the quakes, with rubber restraints that would hold the sleeping Fijians tight. But Nadia didn't want a bedtime story about that. She wanted a story about good and evil, the kind of story children like. So I changed it for her to be about a Fijian princess called Nadia, who finds the source of all the earthquakes. So, Nadia finds a dragon hiding under the earth. A dragon with a splinter in
Os
its
caras gostam de contar histórias, esses motos. Esse cara tem que ser Uber, mano. Só que pelo carro aqui nessa época não tinha Uber
Nadia
ainda não.
slays the dragon and saves the people by uttering a magic
Ó,
spell.
o carro dele é automático.
Say auton.
É, na época não tinha não.
Gonothi, say auton. It's actually Greek.
Ô Felipe, fica online aí, Zé,
Goes
vira
right off
homem.
the tongue, no? Okay. That was
Né, Du? Vira homem aí,
interesting. Can
Filipão.
you say that again? All the mirror eyes closed.
Domine uma nova arma.
I'm not sure. I think something about closing eyes. Seems like it. And look, that's not the spell's only power. The card. There's a phone number on it now.
Deixa eu ver que troféu que subiu aqui pra nós. Tem um começo. Ah, tá. Não se engane, essa gente é perigosa. Conquista desbloqueation. O bom é que eu tô platinando ao vivo, né? Aí não tem como os outros falar que não fiz, né?
Tirando o microfone de que a mamãe tá chorando.
Ah, não. Foi
Do you see it? The phone number?
com os amigos na live.
Ah, amigo nosso, hein? Ao vivo online na live. Estamos ao vivo. Estamos online.
Do you know what this means? I
Grande
think
fã do Games.
you're ready to make a
Saudade
certain
desse
phone
fera.
call.
Grande figura.
Grande fera, grande figura.
Right. Ready to put your spell to use?
Enfim, levou. Deixa eu olhar aqui.
Good.
Pesquisar aqui.
Do you have a phone?
Enfim, levou.
Ah,
Even
você vai.
better. So,
Deixa eu pesquisar aqui.
here's the
Enfim,
plan.
levou.
Seu grande
You call
amiguíssimo.
them and tell them you want to sign up for
Uma
it too.
ferinha, né? Deixa eu ver. Ah, existe ainda?
Doesn't
Parece que
matter.
existe.
A tour of the Badlands, whatever. Just something to get close enough to them, to find out what's going on.
Umas
Here's
gambiarra
the
doida
thing.
lá, mas tá lá, né?
If they act like they're taking you
Só
on a
thumb
tour,
meio
everything's
zoado.
good.
Top dele da
If they've
galáxia.
figured you out, they'll try to distract
Esse,
you
meu Deus,
while
que
they
medo.
kidnap you.
Quebrar o negócio
Take it
todo.
from me. They
O
tell you
problema dele é
someone
que,
you care
né?
about is in danger, but don't believe it. If everything's fine, then everything's fine.
Caramba,
But
grande ferinha.
if someone you know is
Grande
in
figura.
danger, it's a trap. Get out of there. Are you ready? Dial the number.
To all. Ia.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Wow, it's fantastic.
Cara que eu esqueço o que ele falou pra olhar. Eu saio clicando em tudo. Ah, como eu não sou bobo, aí eu descubro, viu? Aí ó, achei o telefone. Eu acho legal que pega o telefone na telepatia, né, mano? Porque a mão não sai do braço, do corpo não, olha lá, ó. O telefone vem no poder do...
Que negócio, né, velho? Tecnologia você vai questionar?
Yep, what can I help you with?
O Gasparzinho põe o telefone no ouvido dele.
That's a big park. You near the Argus gas station on Route 90?
O maior perigo é o...
Alright, I'll pick you up in an hour.
Ai, ai.
You don't have a car, do you? Just guess from your voice.
Adivinha
So,
pessoal,
see you in an
não,
hour.
mano. Só pela voz você sabe que o cara não tem carro.
Don't worry about that. I'll be waiting for you once you land.
Ah, porra, você foi muito claro, vai.
Faltou eles colocar outros carrinhos na pista, né?
É, né? Economia.
So, it worked then?
Ó, os caras
Isn't that
sumindo.
how these things normally work in the stories of this country? Other characters shows up, imparts some hard-earned wisdom, then conveniently fades away. It's a few minutes before 3:30 in Istanbul. There's another raft waiting, another try. Don't worry, my friend. You have allies all along this road, even in the cars of enemies. I've left something for you.
Hey, sorry I haven't written in a while.
Olha lá. E foi mais um capítulo. Aí, gente, agora vamos pro final do jogo. Ah, Felipe, não tem que ligar, né? Não tem que ligar, né, Edu? Farsante. Vou te chamar aí, Felipão. Ai, ai. Ah, último capítulo. Até que enfim. Jogo grande pra cacete. Chamando aí, Felipe. Atende aí, ó.
Alô?
Fala, Felipão. Tá no banheiro, Zé?
Não, tô na sala, na salita.
Achei que tá você e Edu fazendo um churrasco mais cedo.
É, ué.
Assando a picanha.
Começou domingão.
Falei, ó, os caras tá festejando. Estamos aí no final do jogo aí, Felipe.
Hey, sorry I haven't written in a
Eu tô
while.
acompanhando aqui, estava almoçando.
It took me all morning just to
Parei
figure
pra
out where to
almoçar.
buy stamps here.
Parei pra almoçar. Farsante tá aí, Zé.
So I'm sending you
Tô
something from
ouvindo,
my
não.
trip, like I promised.
É muita farsa, né?
É muitas farsas,
Last week I was at yet
farsantes.
another barbecue. People here
Fascinantes.
really enjoy their
Falando pro
pork
Duque
chops, let me
ontem.
tell you.
Ontem eu aloprei
There was
demais,
this
né,
old
velho?
timer there, the
Nossa,
host's father.
Deus do
He was
céu.
talking about inflation during the war years.
Não, riu demais.
He ran upstairs to get something he was excited to show me.
Fala alguma coisa aí, você foi...
He comes back down with a
ele foi
50
comer algo.
billion dinar bill. He starts talking about at the time they
Mas ele tá
printed
ele tá aí na
inflation was
chamada
so
aí ainda,
bad
tá
that
aí.
in the morning it could buy one sandwich. By lunchtime, it could buy half a sandwich.
Uma live.
It's a beautiful piece of
Ah, eu já
printing,
tô
don't
indo
you
pra
think?
quase 4 horas aí de
All
live
these
direto
O's
aí.
lined up next to each other. Anyway,
No primeiro
keep it
jogo eu
tucked
já
away for
iniciei, agora vamos
safekeeping.
ver qual que vai ser o meu segundo.
The big piece of news on my end is that yesterday, I finally tackled my fear of heights.
Está na dúvida cruel. Qual jogo? Qual jogo você fez? Qual é o seu primeiro jogo do desafio?
Yes.
Foi o Dark Souls 3.
Hard to
Você zerou
believe, I
ele?
know. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it.
Ah, esse eu não tá
Facing
sabendo
my
não.
fears and all that.
Esse aqui é meu.
But then the tour guide takes me to the hill where they do the hang gliding.
Depois que
and they're
nós,
talking about the
depois
most
que nós
crazy
três
thing
chegar
that
no,
happened the week before.
depois que nós três chegar nos
You're
10
not
jogos,
going to
nós
believe
vamos
this.
fazer um
It's a
podcast
tandem
para
dive, so
comentar
they have
sobre
you
os
strapped
jogos.
in with an instructor, right? Well, last week they strapped someone in, but the instructor forgot to strap himself in securely. They go running off the cliff and the instructor tumbles down the hill. The instructor was okay, just some bruises. But now the other person is stuck up in the air with no idea how to fly the thing. Everyone on the ground
Qual
is
que você vai trazer?
freaking out, yelling instructions up in the air about what to do. The girl said later that once she got over the initial terror, it was like she'd been flying a hang glider all her life. It must have been exhilarating, conquering that first wave of fear. And once you're up there, it is amazing.
Ah,
The best thing is that you look down and there are these
Pra
tiny
quem faz
white
um
cotton ball
Uncharted
things on the
também.
ground. And then you realize they're sheep.
um
It's not so hard
Final
to
Fantasy, nossa,
steer
é doido.
either
Final
once
Fantasy
you
vai
get the
ficar
hang of
metade
it.
do ano jogando aí.
Today, when I was looking for stamps, I bought one of those inspirational refrigerator
15 eu tô
magnets
mais
on
ou
the
menos,
floor shelf.
eu tô ali no capítulo
It says,
7, eu acho.
Do one thing every day that scares you. I know you think this kind of thing is cheesy, but I actually think it's profound.
Aí eu tô analisando o jogo. Já tá trazendo um consequência de Mega Drive.
I
Ó,
hope we can do
ficar
stuff like
curtiu uma
this on our
atividade,
road
ó.
trip together.
Curtiu de
Can
novo.
we? Sometimes I hate how we live in Seattle.
Aí, ó.
Just sitting around in
É
our
porque
own
como eu tô
heads
com
all
a
the time.
captura dá pra ver,
I
né?
feel like it's the reason
Valeu aí,
we've been
mano.
arguing
Curtiu.
more lately
Curtiu minha
before I
atividade.
left.
Eu não fiz nossas atividades.
If you don't shake the fear out of your
Ah,
system on a
domingão, né,
regular
mano?
basis, it
O último
curves
capítulo,
up
pelo
into
jeito, vai ser
anger.
mais rápido, né? Quando é assim.
I don't want to be angry.
Não assim, né, maninho?
O último capítulo normalmente sempre é mais rápido.
Well, time for your idealistic correspondent to sign off.
Aí ele
I'm so used to
é
writing
papo, é
emails
igual
that it
nós
hurts
no
my hand to
dominguinho
write a
conversa
real letter
fiada, o
now.
jogo que é
How
mais de
sad
conversa
is that?
fiada.
But I promise to write more often. And what about you? I don't expect a real letter, but an email would be great. How is everything going? How did it go with that California assignment? The thing about
Nesse
great
jogo eu fiz
performance?
os troféus sem
That was
saber,
this
pra
week,
chegar
right?
nas perguntas certas.
I miss you. I feel a little nervous about coming back home to you. But a little nervousness is nothing to worry about. That's what I've learned here.
É,
Fear is the mind killer. Love you.
e ontem o menino lá não foi que ele é cunhado nosso ontem.
Jeez, there you are.
É, eu sei, isso aloprando ele. Mas já tava ruim já, coitado. Ele já tava meio...
Nice of you to grace
Tava
us with
mesmo,
your
mano.
presence. I've been looking all over
já
for
tava
you.
muito ruim.
You were supposed to be
A
waiting
irmã
at the
dele tava
post office,
rachando os
remember?
bicos.
É porque essa é sobreira, sabe? Já tá acostumado já.
Look, we've all got a lot of
Ela nem
lights since
liga
the
não,
accident.
só. Ele que tava lá
I don't have
doido lá.
time to drive all over Mankato looking for you.
Eu pra ele, não deixa não, só. Deixa o Urso falar isso não, aí. Quem que é seu cunhado, só? Fala pra ele.
Fala.
The tour. Visiting hours are until 7. So yes,
Ele
you'll
ficou
get a
doido,
chance
né?
to see her. Craig. Sure, it's only because of him that I'm picking you
No,
up.
esse é top, hein, mano.
Some of us weren't so happy about the idea of having you around in the hospital, but he made a good case for you in that altruistic way of his. Said, we're not
Nó.
here to pass judgment.
Eu tenho uns jogos aqui que... Esse é gigante.
What? Hang on.
Uns índios que eu recebi aí.
É igual eu tenho no básico que tá tudo. Dá pra trazer em 3 lives.
Shut up. This isn't just any kind of phone call.
Ah, 3 lives ficou ruim. É o horário que você faz, né? Não dá pra acompanhar. 3 horas da manhã.
Yes.
Mas é igual tá pensando.
I know.
Tem que fazer, porque senão.
No, he turned up eventually. Yeah, he's sitting right here. Do you want to talk to him? Should I put him on live with you? No, I didn't think so.
Olha o cara aí com a caixa de papelão na cabeça aí.
Yes. Okay, I'll wait then.
É, olha lá.
Eu pensei comigo, vai, virou Silent Hill esse trem aí.
Aquele elmo, que elmo?
It's called a headset.
Se chama
It's a good way
headset.
to not wreck your car while
Aqui,
you're using
agora
the
foi
phone.
pro futuro.
Something I would think you'd be very invested in at this
Essa
point.
porra tá
É
vindo.
tipo uma. É igual
Look,
nós
it was an accident, I know.
de mala lá.
Sorry. But you just don't pull a phone out of someone's hand while they're behind the wheel.
É,
You
ué.
should know better.
O cara tava nos anos 90, do nada o cara parou nos anos 20 e depois cai. Agora passou de 2030, 50.
Ele fez uma câmera com cachorro, um olho mágico, uma fita, uma chave, ué.
E falou que tá tudo bem. Falei, não, tá de boa, mano.
É. Aí tira a foto, o cara fica nu.
Copernicus.
Eu falei, uai, então tá legal.
What?
Pra isso tá tudo
Don't say anything. He can't hear me.
Ah, aqui que é o cara que nós tava jogando com ele antes, ó. O Corpênico. Esses eram ela aqui, ó.
Do you have that locked box? If you do, roll down the window as a sign.
O cara nem lembra quem ele é, mano. Tá parecendo os caras aqui de Santa Luzia com múltiplas personalidades.
Roll down the window if you've got the box with you.
milhão de personalidades. Ainda mais louca que a outra.
Ai, ai.
God, then Vern was right. It's just lying out there for someone to find. Listen.
Só dar uma pausa aqui pra ver quantos troféus que faltam. Faltam só 2 troféus, só aí, ó.
Queria, nosso querido farsante. Vamos lá, vamos lá.
Vamos lá, é farsante também. É... Ah, Felipe, essa semana tinha uns trem doidos, tinha que ter visto vocês pra trocar ideia, caralho. Não deu pra ver, não. Mas nós vamos trombar aí.
Is this funny to you? Because it's not to me.
Vamos lá no do troca aquela ideia.
Do you really want to go there? You really want to talk about this? Now? Of all moments? Fine.
Esses
Listen, I
caras não
know that
ficam
she
4
wasn't
horas aí
honest with
jogando
you,
igual nós, não
that she
fica não,
couldn't
né,
bring
Felipe?
herself to be straightforward about her feelings.
A gente já
I
tá
know it
acostumado,
hurts
né,
you,
velho? Esquisito,
but
né?
you two
A
been
gente não
growing
fica
apart for a
cansado,
while.
não.
In the end, she just wanted to be with someone more dedicated. That's the direction she was growing in. It didn't happen overnight, but the trip to Europe and meeting Craig.
Aí, ó, eu
yeah,
comecei
that was a
meio-dia,
big
agora é
part of it.
3h40.
Não é assim mesmo, só.
Oh, is that what you tell yourself? That all this is somehow his fault?
Eu tô de boa aqui curtindo aqui meu 7º jogo sendo zerado aqui pra ficar, esperar você
Are
ir.
you satisfied now? Because this is hardly the time to bring your hurt feelings out onto the stage.
Hoje você vai fazer que faz um horário acessível, Felipe? Tem como?
You're
Ah,
a
não.
great photographer, nobody doubts that, man. But at some point, if people
Você vai. Ah, hoje tá de folga, né?
keep betraying you, at a certain point, if everywhere you go, people keep
Ah.
being assholes to you,
Estou juntando as
guess what?
peças.
Maybe you're the asshole.
Hoje tô de folga. Eu daqui a pouco vou ali um pouquinho ali com o Cauã ali.
Dá um rolê.
Um pouquinho com
The
um
radio.
pouquinho com ele lá.
Sure, go ahead.
Tá chegando, passa livre.
Mas cedo eu tava aqui jogando com uma Luça. Por isso que eu não fiz live. Eu ia fazer mais cedo, só.
Não, porque domingo é clássico ter os bons de companhia, tá ligado?
Eu ia fazer bom de
Acho que
companhia.
semana que vem que eu vou estar de folga, acho que vai ter um bom de companhia.
Facinho, mano. Bom de companhia é da hora. Ah, eu acho que eu vou zerar o treino em live semana que vem. Aquele é 3 horas de live, você tá ligado, né?
Trilha é daquela trilogia lá daqui. Você usa um mago, um guerreiro e vai trocando.
Já virou quadrilogia.
You have that quickly now, before he puts
O
that
4 é o
helmet
mais
on
fácil. Diz que o 3 e o 4 é os mais fáceis de platinar. Eu tenho o 2 aqui, só que os caras estavam falando que é difícil pra caralho. Eu preciso de alguém pra me ajudar.
What?
Depois eu vou ver se eu compro ele.
Yeah, know thyself. That's what I'm talking about.
Eu sei, o Du tem ele, né? O Du tem ele.
É mesmo, hein? Du podia jogar comigo.
Gnothiseaton, Greek for know thyself.
Que
That's a good
jogar
start.
comigo é ótimo, velho.
Jogar comigo
I know
é
you've had a rough
sucesso.
24 hours.
Fora os rage
but we all
gratuitos que eu
have.
dou. Até que eu jogando sozinho não
She's
dou
my
tanto.
sister, after all.
Hã?
Tanto óleo do negócio.
Eu quando jogo sozinho, eu não dou rage, mó esquisito. É raro eu dar um
I
rage.
gotta get this.
Ó, o cara puxou o caixa de papelão.
Yeah, I'm here. We'll be there in just a few minutes. Yeah, he tried it just like we expected.
Ó, mano, assim você bate o carro, velho. Na boa.
Yeah, I agree. It's time to call his bluff.
Step on the brake. Stop him. Do it. Step on the brake.
Ó, mano, que
Okay,
doideira.
about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Eu nem olhei as paisagens do lado, Zé.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Ah, esse jogo que eu não vou fazer review, não. Tô zerando ele já em live já.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Você já fazendo essa live, posso falar?
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Você acha no final? O áudio moderativo.
Okay,
tá?
about to hit the exit.
É,
We
mano,
got
o
him.
jogo
Hook,
é.
line, and sinker.
Sim, ele é tranquilo, mano, mas ó, eu segui um rumo que é aquele que eu sempre sigo em todo jogo assim, é que ficar questionando o cara o tempo todo, velho. Eu
Okay,
questiono
about
tudo.
to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
É porque o negócio falou, você já costuma jogar esse
Okay, about to hit the exit.
jogo.
We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Eu queria até começar o Detroit, mas...
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him.
Ah,
Hook, line, and
Detroit
sinker.
tem que ter. Você lembra? Eu fiquei acho que foi uns 2 meses nele.
Eu tô querendo
Okay,
começar
about to
ele.
hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and
Aqui
sinker.
capítulo todo mundo ficar vivo, foi o que mais me deu trabalho.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Eu estava presente nas filmes.
Xingando pra caramba.
We got him.
O jogo é bom, mas eu fiquei com muita raiva, eu tava xingando o jogo à toa.
É, porque igual a gente
Okay,
falou,
about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
tem que ter paciência pra jogar esse tipo de jogo.
E ele não dá pra fazer
about
série
to
no
hit the
canal
exit.
não,
We
velho.
got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Fica muito puxado.
Ele é muito grande, velho.
Okay, about to hit the
Dá, mas
exit.
aí
We
tem que
got
ser
him. Hook,
vídeo
line, and sinker.
editado, né? Você vai editar as partes boas lá e tal.
Okay,
É,
about
se
to
for
hit the
fazer
exit. We
tudo.
got him. Hook, line, and
Em
sinker.
live é que fica muito puxado.
Porque né, ele é estilo
Okay,
esse jogo
about
aqui,
to
só que
hit
esse
the
aqui é
exit. We
pequeno.
got him. Hook, line, and
Perto dos
sinker.
outros, será com 4 horas?
Okay, about to hit
Até
the
mais,
exit.
né,
We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
É, isso aqui eu acho suave.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him.
Eu
Hook,
ainda
line, and
tava
sinker.
jogando esses dias que eu tava com saudade de jogar aquele super ranguinho de...
Okay, about to hit the
Mega
exit.
Nó,
We got
joguinho
him.
difícil
Hook,
pra
line, and
caralho, mas é
sinker.
muito bom.
E eu gostei demais, né?
Okay, about to hit the exit.
Muito
We
bom
got him.
aquele jogo.
Hook, line,
Mano.
and sinker.
Você conseguiu zerar ele? Eu nunca consegui chegar no final dele.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Da África, né? Que é uma das menorzinhas. E a
Okay,
do...
about to hit the exit.
América
We
do
got
Sul, que é
him.
das
Hook, line, and
Américas.
sinker.
Eu tô falando assim, as pistas tudo você não conseguiu fazer também, não, né?
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
A da Europa, a da Europa eu acho que é a tela inteira.
Okay, about to hit the exit.
A da
We got
África
him.
era da
Hook, line,
hora.
and sinker.
É, as menorzinhas eu fiz, né? Agora é.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker. Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and
É,
sinker.
Eu perdi, não chegava no checkpoint faltando um ou dois.
Okay, about to hit the exit. We got him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Ganhou. Então, a musiquinha.
What are you doing? Let go!
Ah, agora descobri porque nós tá no loop infinito, aí, ó. Olha aí. Você viu, mano? Nós nem morreu. Super de boa, super de boa.
Nossa, a noite maravilhosa aí, mano, Gato.
Eu acho que o cara quebrou o pescoço, velho.
Pulando na água da mulher aí. Agora eu vi aqui, agora apareceu essa cena que você falou comigo.
Tô achando que tá com o pescoço meio torto.
Eles bateu, né? Eles bateu. bateu no lugar aí, ó.
Ah, esse aqui tava no carro do velho lá. Aí vou tocar a musiquinha do capeta, aquelas de filme de terror.
Tem que ter, ó. Esse aí é a trilha sonora que eu chamo.
Não, mas que viagem.
Visiting hours are until
Esse aí é
7,
bem
so
viajado,
yes,
filho.
you'll get a
Talvez
chance to see
parte
her.
dele é bem viajado, filho.
Visiting hours are until 7, so
O
yes,
pouco
you'll get a
joguei que tem
chance
essas
to see
viagens
her.
também pesadas é contra o sul. Questão de ter essas histórias meio viajadas. Conta a história do conta viajado.
Nó.
You two came by my house, yes? See,
Pesadaço também.
that's my silo. There in the background.
Olha que viagem.
That was some argument.
Que doideira essa aqui, mano. Tem que descobrir o...
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Ah, de cima ali eu consegui, hein?
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. Here's a security deposit. Here's a security deposit.
Que pose do capeta que eu não sei nada?
Mas você tá fazendo a cena, não. Até aparecer uma luz. Aí
Vamos fazer as
argument.
combinações.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Ah, tá. Então será que é a
That was
mulher
some
do...
argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There
Não
in the
sei,
background.
mas tem que deixar igual.
Você tem que
That
tentar
was some
transportar.
argument.
Os negócios não mexe um lado pro outro.
So I'm
Tô
sending you
tentando
something from my
descobrir
trip,
aqui, ó.
like I
Vou
promised.
colocar...
Ah, mexe sim, o
I
pauzinho
wasn't gonna
mexe, não
do it,
mexe?
but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it.
Você tem que ir desbloqueando, puxando o pauzinho aí.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Vamos averiguar aqui, vamos tentar ver o que dá pra nós fazer nessa miséria.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see
Aí,
her.
viu? Ah, tá, você tem que destrancar pro pauzinho mexer, né?
É,
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Ah,
accident.
entendi.
Visiting hours are until
Já tá
7,
nice,
so
já.
yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Dá
accident.
pra você fazer de um método que eu costumo tentar. Como é só 2 negócios, você deixa um desenho fixo Vai mexendo
Visiting
só um lado.
hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Não deu certo, você muda
She
o
thinks you've
desenho,
caused some kind of
primeiro
accident.
desenho, e
Ah,
faz
aquilo
de
ali
novo a
tá
mesma
certo.
coisa.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting
método
hours are
nunca
until
falha.
7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see
Verdade.
her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
She thinks you've caused some.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Lá era, né, pegar um
She
trem,
thinks
lá
you've
era
caused
3.
some kind of
Aí
accident.
deixava sempre um fixo. É igual um negócio de cronômetro.
Visiting
né,
hours are
desses
until
relógios.
7, so yes,
Sempre
you'll get a
gira
chance to see her.
direto,
She
aí
thinks you've
acabou, você
Visiting
gira.
hours are until
Faz,
7,
faz,
so
faz,
yes,
e
you'll get a
muda.
chance to see her. Visiting hours are until
Demora,
7,
demora,
so
mas
yes, you'll get a
resolve
chance
tudo.
to see her.
É verdade.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until
O
7,
de baixo
so
ele
yes,
travou
you'll
lá.
get a chance.
She thinks you've caused some
Ah,
kind of
travou não.
accident.
Agora tá indo.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes.
Ai,
She
ai,
thinks you've
deixa eu ver
caused some
aqui, ó.
kind of
Vou
accident.
deixar o avião.
Avião.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7,
O
so
horário
yes, you'll
dividido
get a
dá certo,
chance to
você tem
see
a
her.
chance de vê-la.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Ó,
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Vê quando eles põem pistas estreitinhas.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
aí ó, tem essa aqui, ó, que foi o acidente, foi por causa da caixa, né?
Isso.
Ah, o primeiro negócio foi
Visiting
por causa
hours
desse
are
trem
until
de
7,
celeiro
so
aqui,
yes,
ó.
you'll get a chance to see her.
Pô, você tem que pôr os negócios na
She thinks you've
parte,
caused some
cara.
kind of accident.
Ó, velho, tem um carro.
She
ó,
thinks
teve um
you've caused some
acidente.
kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo, there in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo, there in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo, there in the background.
That was some argument. That was some argument. That was some argument. That was some argument. That was some argument.
Peraí.
Você tem sobrinha, você vai entender a minha.
You two came by my house,
Ele
yes? See,
fica lá jogando
that's my
brahalo
silo,
aqui,
there in
e
the
gastando
background.
dinheiro, tô comprando
That was
personagem,
some
nem
argument.
faz-
Não dá pra você.
That was some
Não,
argument.
que jogou no meu perfil. Gastou dinheiro.
Gastou
Eu
tudo?
tinha quase,
That was
eu tinha
some
quase uns
argument.
30 mil, queimou tudo de personagem.
Nossa.
That was some
Bom,
argument.
agora tem vários personagens.
That was some argument.
Nossa.
Não miserável, não miserável.
That was some argument.
Ó, esse aqui deu, ó. Que esse aqui quer descer, ó lá. Só que tem que.
Não tá achando.
Ó, eu tenho que. Eu tenho que desencaixar esse aqui.
I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. I wasn't gonna do it, but this... So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it.
Ah, eu vou caçar esse pouso aqui, eu vou ficar caçando essa porra. Ah, não, deve ter esse pouso pronto aqui. Tô tentando entender esse pouso, mas eu não vou caçar, não. Vou tentar aqui mesmo. Ah, mano, o que eu tenho que... Até agora não entendi, ó. Porque são os capítulos? Se for...
Deve ter alguma coisa referente aos eventos do jogo que você já passou. Isso aí é certeza.
É.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Ó, o evento é às 7. Isso aqui foi no final, isso aqui foi no terceiro. Primeiro capítulo.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
O negócio aqui, tipo, acho que um nós tem que soltar. Tipo, você não tem que dar um
So
jeito
I'm
de...
sending you something. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it.
É igual esse aqui, ó. Tem que dar um jeito de fazer ele sair.
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it.
Acho que já tentei todos aqui.
Here's a security deposit. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. I'm going away for 2 months. It's great, right?
Ah, foi.
I'll send you something special for
Vai ter
you.
que ser nesse...
Essa tática nunca falha.
Vai ter que ser nesse método mesmo, Filipão. Não vai ter jeito, não.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Bom que pelo menos é
So
dois de
I'm
cada,
sending you
né?
something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm
dois de
sending you
cada.
something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
E é bom que é poucos desenhos
So
também.
I'm sending you something from my trip,
tranquilo.
like I promised.
Tá, agora vamos tentar.
I wasn't
com a-
gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Agora que é o final do jogo já também, Filipão.
So I'm sending you something
Reta
from my trip,
final,
like I promised.
amigo.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Daqui a pouco tá saindo mais um
Daqui
ali.
a pouco sai mais um. Quem manda acho mais um.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from
E
my
onde,
trip,
Filipão? Foi
like I
dormir
promised.
tarde?
So I'm sending you something from my trip,
Já
like I
cheguei da hora
promised.
que você foi, já cheguei
So
deitando
I'm
já.
sending
Eu já
you
deixei a
something from
cama
my trip,
arrumada,
like
você
I
acredita?
promised.
Olha,
So I'm sending you
trabalho
something
aqui
from my
frio,
trip, like I
eu
promised.
só bati na cama.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Eu dei 8.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Mais tarde, se Deus quiser,
So
tudo
I'm
correr
sending
bem,
you something
mais
from my
uma
trip, like I
Mas
promised.
vai live, tamo junto, né?
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Depois manda abraço pro
Não,
farsante.
façando detalhe daqui a
So
pouco.
I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Demora, mano,
So I'm sending you something
É
from my
nóis,
trip,
mano.
like I promised.
Até a próxima.
So I'm sending you
Até a
something
próxima.
from my trip, like I promised.
Ei,
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
até mais.
I wasn't gonna
Falou.
do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Curte. Eu desliguei o videogame achando que era só isso. Não,
So
porque
I'm sending you
Discord.
something
Tá
from
no
my trip,
Discord,
like I
mano.
promised.
Eu tô achando que tá Império.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Tá no Discord, tá no Discord.
É. Abraço,
So
mano,
I'm
meu
sending
querido,
you
até
something
mais.
from my
Tamo
trip, like I
Até
promised.
mais, mano, é nóis.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. So I'm sending you some. It's a beautiful piece of printing, don't you think? All these O's lined up next to each other.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's...
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
That was some argument. That was was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my...
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Vamos aí, né, mano? Vamos lá.
Assustei, mano. Tamo aqui no final aqui.
Vamos lá.
Vamos lá, vamos lá.
O Vavá tava chorando demais, não senhor.
Hoje.
Vamos lá.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's...
That was some argument.
É, mano, esse tempo é
You two
foda.
came by my house, yes? See, that's my
Já abri
silo.
dois, né?
There in the background. You two came
Tamo
by
aqui
my
tentando
house,
aqui.
yes? See, that's
Cadê o farsante?
my silo.
Farsante foi
There in the
levar o
background.
sobrinho dele lá no fólio
Olha, esportivo.
esportivo.
That was some argument.
Fascista.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Farsista demais. Farsantezão.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house.
That was some argument.
You two came by
Tô aqui
my
tentando
house,
achar as
yes? See,
combinações aqui.
that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes?
Nossa,
See,
puzzlezinho bem chato.
that's
né?
my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, you two came by my house, yes?
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
É cansativo esse trem, né? Pouso, só pra...
You two came by
Esse
my
é
house,
pouquinho, né?
yes? See, that's
Nó.
my silo. There in the background.
Sempre no final, né?
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by...
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Quem mandaste, mano? Só lá no grupo lá, tá?
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my
Cortando os
silo.
80
There in the
do
background.
Oitentaço.
You two came by my house, yes? See,
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See,
Ó, avião
that's my
e a
silo.
caixinha.
There in the background.
Ali foi o cara do negócio e o negocinho, né?
You two came by my house, yes? See,
Vocês dois
that's
vieram
my
até
silo.
minha casa,
There in the
você vê
background.
aquele silo. Mas e aí?
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in
Vocês
the
vieram, esses
background.
dois vieram até minha casa e vieram aquele silo no fundo, e aí?
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background.
Eu tô passando duas
You two
vezes
came
pra
by
ter
my
certeza
house,
aqui.
yes? See, that's my silo.
Certeza, né?
There in the background.
Só que eu passo até mais de duas.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my...
That was some argument.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yes? See,
Eu tô fazendo as
that's
combinações
my
tudo e
silo.
não vai.
There in the background.
Será que esse aqui é o último?
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of
Visiting hours are until 7.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused...
Visiting hours are until 7.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of
Ai,
accident.
do game.
Visiting hours are
Só
until
pra
7.
quebrar, não.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Vai dar certo, mano.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7. So yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Usa mesmo é de um café, viu?
Nossa, fala não.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Ela acredita que foi por causa de algum acidente.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7. So
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
O que é? Ela acredita que foi por causa de algum acidente, tá?
visiting hours are until 7. So yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Visita até às 7 horas.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Ai, ai.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until...
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Pior que não tem
She
nada
thinks
que
you've caused
indique
some
que o
kind
trem
of
tá
accident.
certo, né? Isso que é o pior.
Pra ver aqui, tipo assim. Uma paradinha aqui, ó. Cada.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Vamos lá. É 3. Não, peraí, é 2.
3.
É 2, 2 e 2 pra formar a combinação, né?
É. 2 já foi, falta 2.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are
Tem a
until
ver com a
7,
história,
so
né?
yes,
É,
you'll
ali
get
ó,
a
já
chance
foi
to
avião
see her.
caixinha, depois foi
Sua câmera tá
foi
aí,
parapente e uma cartinha. Parapente e cartinha. E agora
Não dá pra fazer parapente.
She thinks you've caused some kind of
dá não.
accident.
Aí tem esse mais aqui.
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Parapente cartinha
accident.
não dá mais certo.
É. E nem caixa e avião.
She thinks you've caused.
Visiting hours are until 7.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Colher e faca.
Não tem. Ah, é colher e faca.
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Faca
accident.
e pode ser o quê? Colher e faca e lugar aí, cruze. Carro batendo
She thinks
com
you've caused
cruz,
some
ó.
kind of accident.
Carro batendo com cruz.
É.
Se for, acho que é nesse. Se for tentar, deve ser nesse aqui, ó.
That was some argument.
Carro batendo com a cruz.
That was some argument.
You two came by my house. Yes, see, that's my silo.
Cruz pode ser
There in the
alguma coisa
background.
de socorro, né? De paramédico, alguma coisa assim.
É o cara que vê o silo deles de fundo.
You two came by my house. Yes, see, that's my silo.
O silo não
There in the
entrou
background.
ainda, né? Então carro e silo, né?
That was some
Carro
argument.
batendo no silo.
O cara faz excursão, foi no restaurante.
So, I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
Porque o restaurante não tem. Ah, ó. Então pode ser o faca,
That was some argument.
silo. Faca e colher e silo. Pô, difícil, hein?
É.
You two came by my
Stop,
house.
man.
Yes, see, that's my silo. There in the background.
Visiting hours are until 7.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Aí, ó.
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Ela
accident.
acredita que causou algum tipo de acidente.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Cruzinho, carro batendo e colher.
Horário de visita às 7.
Causou um acidente.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Quando você acerta, trava o lugar que
O
você
negócio ele vai sozinho quando você acerta. Ele vai sozinho.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Ó, já tentei carro, carta, senão acho que carta não vai dar mais.
visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes.
She thinks you've caused some kind.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her. Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
É, dos tem mó carniça.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see
tô
her.
lendo aqui, mas não tá dando nada.
Visiting hours are until 7, so
Horário de
yes, you'll
visita
get a
até às
chance to
7,
see
vai.
her.
Então você vai ter uma chance de vê-lo.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to...
She thinks you've caused some kind of
Do quanto você
accident.
fez cartinha e paraglider?
É, avião e caixinha.
Avião e caixinha foi também.
Então avião e caixinha eu tenho que...
O de baixo deve ser a colher e o silo, não? Esse
É.
no meio?
You two came by my house. Yes, see, that's my silo.
The argument back
Ah,
at the
foi isso
diner.
mesmo, colher e silo.
Maybe there was something
Boa.
missing for her.
Aí, ó, tá perto.
Aqui deve ser
Visiting hours are
carro.
until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
Silinho, colher e silo
Aqui
da
deve ser
massa.
carro e... O que que sobrou?
She
Cruz?
thinks you've caused some kind of
Carro e cruz.
accident.
Não. Então deve ser cruz e
Visiting hours
carro.
are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. She thinks you've caused some kind of...
Find
Ah,
the
yeah.
man with many eyes.
Aí foi, Du.
They're the ones who did this to me.
Tava mais matar o do meio.
He has 10 eyes.
É aquela
He wears them
parceria
around his
boa.
wrist, like a bracelet.
Vai.
Foi agora? Porque aqui pra mim tá
Foi.
quadrado.
Abra a caixa.
Open the box.
Foi, Du. Depois duas pessoas juntas pensa melhor. Ai, ai, ai.
Essa é melhor, mano. Você tá meio que essa colherzinha, eu tô assim, essa colherzinha, essa faquinha, eu tô
Aí sobrou o carro e a cruz só no final.
Ó, virar um tanto de olho. Tem 10 olhos, ela usa e volta pro...
Save me from this man.
Ó, que viagem. Fim do jogo, Du.
Help me. Save me from this man.
Please, I think you flew into the bottle on purpose.
É,
What are
finalmente.
you, the public defender to all things living?
Cara com zero, zero.
Fireflies
É,
can't
tá
talk.
atrasado,
Someone
né?
has to speak up for him. If the 6 tiny mittens don't fit, you must acquit.
Esse jogo não é
I'll
tão
set it free
fácil
in a
não, viu,
minute.
galera?
I just think this light is
Teve a
incredible.
parte aqui que eu garrei.
Let's keep him as our pet.
Now
Quase
it's
5 horas de live.
I think I'll always remember this.
This
Fiquei
is
meia
one
hora
of
no
those
pause.
nights, right?
Ó o carro.
One of what nights?
We'll always have this. If you ever get to a point where you feel like you've lost me, all you have to do is
Filipão falou que
find
de
your way back to
tardezinha vai
here
fazer
and
live.
sit down beside me.
É o fascista.
I hope the grass isn't so
Nunca
wet
presente em
next time.
lives.
I'm serious. Write a note to your future self and put it in this bottle. If there's ever a point where things have gotten totally screwed up between us, that moment isn't real.
É.
This one is.
Eu falei pros
All you
meninos,
have to do
pro
is find
pessoal,
your
que eu nem
way
vou
back to
fazer review dele, não.
What
Eu
if
já
I
fiz
can't
tudo
find
em
the way?
live.
That's why I've made you
Fiz
the
um
speaker.
detonado praticamente do
Bottle
jogo.
with a green
Se for olhar
light
porque eu
to
nunca
show
tinha
you the way.
jogado ele.
Sense of direction isn't exactly your strong suit, Copernicus.
Se for o final mesmo, desde já agradeço a empresa que me deu o jogo
With
aí,
this
né, velho?
honorable Firefly as witness.
Que
I promise
sem ela eu não
my
estaria
screwed
fazendo a
up
live.
future self won't mess this up for us.
E eu gostei do jogo, muito bom o
I
jogo,
don't
tem uns
know.
puzzles
My
legal.
future self can be a real
Tem
jerk.
puzzle pra caramba, o jogo todo
Mine
tem
too.
puzzle.
We're going
É
to
jogo
make
que a gente
mistakes,
gosta, do.
hurt each other, Everyone does it.
Você
Puzzles e grandes puzzles.
Você que
time
curte aí,
traveler,
vocês que curtem
what
muita
news?
ação, esse jogo que
What
não tem
wisdom
não,
do you
mas
bring from the
exige
future?
muito do cérebro. Caso você não
That it's
seja
never too
goste
late,
muito de ficar
that
pensando
any
em jogo.
mistake can be fixed.
Good.
É a proposta,
If that's
né?
what you
Aí é a
believe.
proposta que o jogo se coloca, né?
É,
A proposta do jogo é essa.
mas a empresa tá de parabéns, velho, pelo que eles quis nos apresentar e nos dar. Isso aí pica. Aí o jogo, o que aconteceu com ele? Ah, tá salvando. Aí, galera. Platinamos o jogo e zeramos o jogo. Teve troféu aí que era negócio que eu fiz foi na sorte, viu? Sabe do que você vai moldando o negócio e sai a conversa? Porque se eu pegasse qualquer caminho diferente lá, não ia subir, não. Isso aí, pessoal. Zeramos, platinamos. Jogo 7 do desafio. Hitch Hiker. Desde já agradecer a Versus Evil, a Media, a Bolt Pandas, Mimic, Pixeltech, Syndrome, Altagram e F-Mode. Vou agradecer aí essas produtoras e desenvolvedoras que me enviou o jogo. Eu aconselho todos a estarem jogando. E se tiver dificuldade, o canal já está aí com o jogo completo para vocês. E no demais é isso aí mesmo. É o Nedo Games, você tem a dizer do Games.
Aí, um joguinho bacana, proposta de narrativa aí, escolha, puzzle, como você tinha colocado aí. Já ficou aí a sua review aí já registrada. Já ficou mais um jogo por desafio. A platina. Acabou aí.
Acabou. Zerei o domingo, não zerei o domingo?
Literalmente, né?
Fiz a platina, fiz uma review, fiz um detonado e de quebra ainda terminei meu 7º jogo do desafio. Tô felizão, foi muito da hora, velho. Gostei do jogo. O que a empresa propôs, o jogo ela entregou. Não é uma empresa grande, mas o jogo é nessa pegada. Tô jogando ele desde cedo, né, gente? Zerei ele um dia. Minha primeira jogada foi essa, eu consegui platinar, tô até de cara. Que é meio difícil você conseguir platinar um jogo de cara assim. Não considero garapa não, mas vamos pôr o nível de dificuldade dele aí 5 de 10. Nível 5 de 10. Porque não é tão fácil não, que nós garramos em alguns puzzles. Mas com certeza quem comprar o jogo vai estar assistindo essa live aqui para poder estar fazendo as coisas mais rápido e não vai ser um jogo, uma jogatina tão complicada. Ô Du, valeu mesmo, Du.
Valeu, mano. Bacana a live aí.
Foi da hora.
Pra conta e mais uma platina e mais um jogo zerado.
É isso aí. Ô, Felipe Ninja. Seja bem-vindo, Felipe. Tamo junto, mano. Você chegou aí no final aí. Acabamos de zerar e platinar o jogo. E em breve... Ô, valeu, Felipe. Tamo junto, mano. O jogo tá todo gravado aí no canal, Felipe. Caso você queira tá zerando o jogo e platinando ele, eu fiz tudo aqui nessa live. Você vai conseguir de boa, só acompanhar. Não sei se você pegar outros caminhos vai ter alguma diferença. Eu, mais possivelmente, para frente, devo estar zerando de novo, só que não vou zerar em live, né? Devo zerar aqui jogando aqui em casa para ver se os outros caminhos acontece algo diferente. Possivelmente vou jogar na minha outra conta que eu tenho aqui, que eu uso para fazer teste. Eu não vou fazer review de platina, porque durante a jogatina eu já fui falando tudo que eu estava achando do jogo. E no demais é isso aí, pessoal. Muito obrigado a todos. Felipe, seja bem-vindo, viu, mano? Pode entrar lá no grupo de platina aqui do canal. A galera lá é top. Os meninos estão sempre marcando boost. E mais tarde tem live lá no canal do Filipão. Não sei se Du vai fazer live hoje. Vai fazer live hoje, Du?
É uma boa pergunta. Vamos deixar no ar aí, quem sabe?
Está no ar. Está no ar. Então,
Pode ser.
Então, pessoal, é isso aí. Muito obrigado a todos. Muito obrigado, Du, por ter criado esse desafio aí 3.0 aí. Vamos até os 30 jogos até o final do ano. Esse foi meu 7º jogo. Em breve eu vou trazer mais jogos. Eu tenho uns jogos aqui top. Eu tenho um aqui que, mano, o Du vai curtir pra caralho. Esse que eu recebi, ele vai gostar.